potentially in the building, obviously doing the last bit of construction in the hotel before it was slated to open in just a matter of months at this point. So again, we're hearing 5 people injured at this point, still working to get a lot more information clarified. And I imagine more details will certainly be coming from Houston fire crews there on scene, as well as emergency responders. As soon as we get a reporter there on the ground and we can get some more information, we will bring that to you. But again, Sky Fox hovering overhead downtown Houston as crews continue to work this scene here in downtown Houston.
And as you can see some of those construction vehicles down there. So like you stated, this is not even open. So I'm sure this set back the date that this will open, especially if, employees were hurt. We're working to see if there were any employees hurt or who on scene was hurt, and then get that information out as soon as we can.
Okay, we'll stay on this one for you and watch it behind the scenes. And if we get any more information, we'll pivot back to this. We're going to head back to the Senate, where it looks like, I believe that was Nebraska. A Holiday Inn Express that looks like at this point it was pretty much at the end of its construction, likely finishing what was inside to be prepared for guests. That wasn't even taking reservations until December. We are hearing of a boiler that exploded.
Right, a boiler exploded and injured about 5 people. Those injuries were to the face, so you just imagine how powerful that is. And first responders right there on scene, just working to figure out exactly what happened and how the building got in this state. Unsure. Again, that's a boiler that was on the top floor, but the rest of the building is still standing there firm, as you can see. And there's construction crews on the ground as well. So it looks like it may have been some employees. We haven't confirmed that yet, but those were the only people who may have had access to the building as of right now, because it hasn't even been open for reservations as of yet. But this is just a bird's eye view. We do have a crew on the ground right now headed to that scene to make sure that we get the latest updates and the latest information. Again, this came in around 11:08 this morning, and that building was under construction. So you can just imagine how loud that was for neighboring businesses and those in the area downtown. So I'm sure law enforcement may have received calls about a loud noise. So if you heard a loud noise in the downtown area near Texas Street, this could be the scene that you were referring to.
Yeah, this is, again, for perspective, this is really just west of Dyken Park, just a couple of blocks west from where our Houston Astros play. And again, this hotel was still under construction, so it was not open yet. So guests were not inside, couldn't be inside at the time because it wasn't even open yet. So I imagine this likely was contractors or employees, perhaps Holiday Inn employees. Someone was inside working at the time when this boiler exploded. To be clear, I know we're saying on screen a hotel fire. I'm not sure if there's an active fire at the time, but there was a boiler explosion is what we're hearing. So not sure if there's an active flame or anything like that at this point. We do see crews on scene, obviously working this one just to make sure everybody is okay.
And we may have been calling this a fire because initially it did come in as a high-rise fire, but as we learned more information, we learned that it is a hotel, exactly the Holiday Inn. And as we learned more information, we learned that it's not open at all. So this is the latest of what we have right now. And again, a crew is on the ground, so we'll have the latest coming here shortly.
HFD, I'm hearing, is speaking.
Are the construction workers.
And were they bad injuries?
Are they, I mean, is everybody expected to survive?
I can't say specifically. I don't have the specifics on each individual one. There were just varying degrees of burns that I'm immediately aware of, burns and cuts and things like that.
And can you give us more information about what happened? Like, when people describe that explosion, like, what was it? Was it a fire that started? What was it?
So, I can tell you that we were dispatched initially as a high-rise fire, but when we got here, the information we got is that it was an explosion possibly related to a boiler. So that's what we're trying to figure out right now. HFD Arson's going to be out here. They're going to determine the cause and origin. We've also got inspectors from the Houston Public Works Building Department and the Life Safety Bureau, Houston Fire Department. Life safety folks are going to be out here as well. So,
can you tell me, was anybody injured in terms of, like
passersby?
All of that crashing to the ground, that's pretty dangerous, right?
It is dangerous, it is. So we do have the immediate area roped off, so there will be no traffic here for the next several hours, and so people will need to find detours, things like that. But yeah, it's very fortunate that no one, that more people were not injured.
Got it. And you're saying, do you know what they were building here, what they were working on?
I don't have those specifics yet. We'll have to go. That's one of the things that the Life Safety Bureau and the Public Works Permitting Department will have to give us some more information on that part.
Got it. We still see ambulances here on scene. Does
Sure.
that mean, are y'all thinking that more people could be going to the hospital, or are they?
I don't have that at this time, and that's not necessarily the case. A lot of times, anytime we're responding, we want to make sure that we have ambulances, not just for the people who may have been affected, but for ourselves as well, because it's hot. You never know what could happen whenever we're working with a building that's just had structural impact like this one clearly has.
Brent, was this pretty quick? Was it just an explosion, no fire after it? Or
I'll have to get the specifics on when the explosion and what subsequent fire may have happened. I don't have the specific details on that yet.
Brent, just for my benefit, can you summarize?
Sure, yeah. HFD came out at about 11:08 a.m. We were dispatched for a high-rise fire at 1319 Texas. When we got out here, it's apparent that there was some type of explosion up at near the top floor of this building. The building is under construction. It's not occupied. So there were a handful of construction workers who were inside. Multiple patients, all believed to be construction workers, were transported from here to Memorial Hermann with varying degrees of injuries related to the explosion.
What kind of debris fell to the street? You know?
I couldn't say specifically.
Some
I mean, yeah, basically what you see, right? So we've got the facade of the building, and so the pieces of the window. I've seen some glass on the ground over there. Just very construction equipment.
Luckily, no pedestrians or anything were hurt, right?
Not that I know of. We believe everyone who was injured was inside the building when the explosion happened. That's what I've been told.
What's the next step for you guys?
So we're going to be out here again. We're going to have Life Safety Bureau, HFD inspectors who are going to be determining, along with Arson. Arson will determine what happened and what the cause and origin is. Life Safety is going to make sure that that all the permitting and that the building is safe itself, along with the permitting department, the Public Works inspectors. And so that's what you can expect for the next several hours today.
You said multiple patients, any ballpark?
A handful. I'll give you more specific numbers, but a handful is all I'm comfortable saying right now.
And just so I'm clear, it's that side and that side, right?
Correct. You've got both sides have kind of buckled out at the top there, and so that's why it's important that we've got this rope kind of taped off to make sure that there's no secondary or tertiary impacts to people who are walking by.
Any idea when it'll be reopened?
Couldn't say yet. Nope.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Yeah,
much.
yeah,
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the latest. That was just Houston Fire speaking there. So they aren't getting too specific as far as how many people were actually injured at this point, but a live look now at the 1300 block of Texas Avenue, where we have learned a boiler exploded. Construction crews were inside. We have done our own independent research on this and figured this out, that it was a Holiday Inn Express under construction at the time, and crews were inside at the time, construction crews, because it was not open to guests yet. and several at this point, no number from Houston Fire, but several people were injured and now on the way to the hospital or at the hospital being treated.
Right. Initially, what we learned was that HFD says there were 5 people that were injured and that there could be possibly burns to their face. But again, they have been transported to the hospital, and that's the latest that we have here at the station. We're gaining more information as time progresses.
Okay. We'll head to break. We'll be right back after this. Let's take you back to that breaking news in downtown Houston. Jillian Hartman is live there on scene where multiple crews have been transported after an explosion. What's the latest, Jillian?
Well, we just got to the scene. Behind me is a hotel under construction, and we learned that this morning part of the building actually collapsed after an explosion. Now, this is a very active scene behind me. You can see several firefighters on scene. This area is roped off. If we pan up, we can show you where that explosion occurred. You can see there at the top floor, I'm told that a boiler exploded and 5 people were hurt. Now, I just got confirmation that 5 construction workers were hurt. They had burns on their arms and their face, and they were transported to the hospital. Now, this is an ongoing situation. This is a very active scene. It's early on. We don't have a lot of information, but we can show you that damage and this active scene here. If we pan right over this way, you can see that there are several fire trucks lining the street. So we are working to get more information. Again, this happened this morning. I'm told it happened around 11 o'clock where a boiler exploded. This is, I'm told, a Holiday Inn that's under construction, and a boiler exploded. Several people were hurt, and we're working to get more information. I am told that there will be inspectors on scene to check out the rest of the building. You can see that the rest of the building itself seems okay, but again, they need to make sure everything's good to go before any other construction workers go back in to finish the construction of this hotel. So we're working to get more information. I'm going to talk to the chief here soon to get some information, and we'll break back in with any new info. Back to you.
Okay, Jillian Hartman live there on scene, Texas, in between Caroline and Austin Street. Jillian, thank you. Just to be specific here, she referenced that being a Holiday Inn Express. And it was not open at the time based on their website, not taking reservations or anything until after December 29th. So I imagine now this explosion could possibly even push that back further, but not open at this time. No crews there, no guests rather inside. From what I heard from the fire crews there on scene that we just heard from a second ago, it sounded like construction workers or contractors were inside working at the time when all of this happened. We'll head to break and be back right after this.
but which would make sense because I've been since told it was the boiler over here, and this is a new hotel under construction. There's no occupants, but I've lived downtown Houston for about 20 years, and it's, you know, not an everyday event.
Can you tell me what you initially heard?
Well, very
lower to mid 90s. Like I said yesterday, we hit 95. Hopefully we don't hit that again. But these warm above average temperatures, that's the trend we're going to be seeing as we go throughout the second, third week of the month of October. This is our temperature outlook from the Climate Prediction Center. Anywhere in that red, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, this is high confidence that above average temperatures are likely. Not feeling like fall whatsoever. Also, when we look at our precipitation outlook, we're averaging below average temperatures for the below average precipitation, for the rest of the month of October, which isn't that good considering we are in a drought right now, especially for here in Southeast Texas. Not sure what is happening right there, but fix that. So areas in yellow, this is dry conditions, not necessarily drought conditions. But once you go more westward towards Sealy, getting that tan area, that's a moderate drought. Areas in orange, that is severe drought, ranging from Austin down to San Antonio, also in the extreme and exceptional categories. And so it's only going to get worse before it gets better. I mentioned our relative humidity is lowering overnight and early tomorrow mornings. Those values will increase, but noticing we're kind of dropping off in those afternoon hours, so I will take that. But it's important to note with these afternoon lower humidity values, the increased risk of fire danger is present. We had a couple of uncontrolled burns yesterday in Montgomery County. Some trash was being burned illegally. Do not do that whatsoever. Don't do any outdoor activities that could lead to sparks. And if you see any fires, make sure you're reporting those to law enforcement officials, because with how dry it is, with the humidity value and with the lack of rain, a wildfire can start significantly very fast. In terms of the tropics, we're looking towards the Gulf. This weekend we could see some low development come towards our way, but it doesn't look as promising. A few stray showers are likely. And so as we look throughout our next few days, tomorrow afternoon could see some scattered stray showers, nothing to cancel your plans over. We haven't been dodging many the past few days, so we will take this. And now looking towards those tropics, because we're not seeing much in terms of rainfall at all. There's two areas the Atlantic is watching. One coming off the west coast of Africa, low in 20% chance of development. And then closer to home, how I mentioned we could have a low develop in the Gulf with some moisture the next few days. This is a low in chance of development, 10% chance of developing. This is just moisture left over from Imelda, kind of hanging around the Bahamas and Florida. As it crosses over the peninsula, again, could develop that low pressure area. That's why our rain chances are increasing Sunday, Monday, Tuesday into Wednesday, but nothing really promising. We're still hanging out in the 90s.
Welcome to Houston.
Yes, not a very warm welcome, literally. Yes.
Yeah, this is where we are right now.
Yes, and it's feeling more like July and August than October right now.
Yeah, but we'll take it for now until things change. All right, Peyton, thank you.
Thank you.
So we are going to take you to D.C. now, where senators are, they gavelled in a couple of hours ago, and we are still here on day 2 of a government shutdown. At the crux of this, lawmakers, Democrat lawmakers and Republican lawmakers are disagreeing and can't come to a consensus on passing anything that essentially could fund the government. On the Democratic side, many members of the Democratic Party are really pushing for health care subsidies, specifically from the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare. Republicans are not agreeing with that. They want to pass a stopgap package that at least would get the funding for the government through the next few weeks, but Democrats are not budging on ensuring that subsidies are included, healthcare subsidies are included, to ensure that health insurance premiums do not increase for a multitude of Americans. And again, on the Republican side, they are not budging from that. They are we have heard from some Republicans, and you'll hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson's point of view in just a second. He does, I want to preface here, reference that Democrats want to ensure that undocumented immigrants receive health care. And I want to clarify here, undocumented immigrants are not legally allowed to get health care coverage and are not covered by any health care coverage here in the U.S. We are actually, going to pivot from this for a second, bring you back here home. We'll go back to DC in a second. Let's bring you back here home, check in with Jillian Hartman, who is live on the scene of a explosion in downtown Houston. Jillian.
Yeah, I just spoke with a man who tells me that he heard the loud explosion. He said it sounded like a bomb was going off, and we heard that this morning that there was a reported explosion at this high-rise building behind me. Explosion occurred. We're told that a boiler exploded and then the top floor there collapsed. You can see there is significant damage. We learned that at least 5 people were hurt, all construction workers, and they were rushed to the hospital for burns. Now this building you see here is a hotel, a Holiday Inn Express that's under construction, so it's not open, so there's no occupants inside, but we do know that 5 construction workers were rushed to the hospital for burns after that explosion occurred. So if you look over here, you can see that this area is roped off. There are several fire trucks. Of this investigation, but I am told that there will be an inspector with Houston Public Works to check out this building to make sure that everything is secure after this explosion. But we're trying to figure out why that boiler exploded and also learn about the conditions of the construction workers that were rushed to the hospital. I don't know how serious their injuries are. We're working to get that information, but we did just talk to the fire department about what happened. Take a listen.
What was it?
So I can tell you that we were dispatched initially as a high-rise fire, but when we got here, the information we got is that it was an explosion possibly related to a boiler. So that's what we're trying to figure out right now. HFD Arson's going to be out here. They're going to determine the cause and origin. We've also got inspectors from the Houston Public Works Building Department and the Life Safety Bureau, Houston Fire Department. Life safety folks are going to be out here as well. So,
can you tell me, was anybody injured in terms of, like
passersby?
All of that crashing to the ground, that's pretty dangerous, right?
It is dangerous. It is. So we do have the immediate area roped off, so there will be no traffic here for the next several hours, and so people will need to find detours, things like that. But yeah, it's very fortunate that no one, that more people were not injured.
Got it. And you're saying, do you know what they were building here, what they were working on?
I don't have those specifics yet. We'll have to go. That's one of the things that the Life Safety Bureau and the Public Works Permitting Department will have to give us some more information on that part.
Now I want to give you a second look of that damage. I mean, this explosion had to be pretty powerful to cause all that damage. And like I said, I just spoke with a gentleman that lives nearby, and he said it sounded like a bomb went off, and it was a very loud explosion. And down here on the ground, so construction workers were just working in the hotel when this explosion happened, and 5 were sent to the hospital with burns, and they do have this entire area roped off. The fire department is handling this investigation. Again, no one should be in this area right now. I mean, I'm told that definitely avoid this because for several hours they're going to be on scene. So they have blocked off traffic to all the cars and whatnot. So they definitely told everyone around the city to avoid this area. This is Texas Street. Again, a new hotel under construction here, the Holiday Inn Express, had a reported explosion and several people were taken to the hospital. So we are staying on scene, trying to gather more information, talk to more witnesses, try to get more info from officials. And as soon as we have any new info, we'll update you. Back to you.
Thank you, Jillian, for that update. For sure, a lot of new information should be coming out, I imagine, from crews there on scene in the next several hours. Jillian, thank you. Let's take you to DC now, where members of the Senate are speaking, or excuse me, House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke here just hours ago as we are now on the heels of a government shutdown, day 2. Let's check in and listen to here now.
Well, welcome everybody to day 2 of the Democrat shutdown. Let's make absolutely clear what's happening here. Real pain is being inflicted upon the American people because 44 Democrats in the Senate have voted for the 3rd time to reject the completely nonpartisan, completely clean, very simple 24-page continuing resolution that we passed in the House here 2 weeks ago. Now, why did we do that? For a refresher for everyone, We have been working very hard, this leadership team, to get Congress working again. Congress has 94-page continuing resolution that we passed in the House here 2 weeks ago. Now, why did we do that? For a refresher for everyone, we have been working very hard, this leadership team, to get Congress working again. Congress has not done the appropriations process appropriately for many years now, and so we have forced the muscle memory back. Our appropriators have done a great job in bipartisan fashion, by the way, and they've worked very hard and passed 12 separate appropriations bills through the committee as is supposed to be done. We passed 3 of those off the House floor. The Senate did its work. For the first time in years, the Senate passed 3 appropriations bills off the floor. Those bills don't match up exactly. So the way the system works, everybody remembers from civics, is that when the 2 chambers have bills that don't align perfectly, you put together a conference committee. That's been done. All of that work's been done very deliberately, very carefully, and as good stewards of taxpayer resources. The problem is we ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. So we did the logical, simple, good faith thing. Instead of loading up a continuing resolution to keep the lights on, to keep the government open so this process can continue, instead of loading it up with poison pills or gimmicks or tricks, we sent over a very simple continuing resolution that every single Democrat in the Senate has voted for in the past, just to keep the government open for the people, so that we could get to November 21st, 7 weeks, to allow more time for this process to play out. That is what happened. Now, the Democrats did something they've never done before. Chuck Schumer has led them all to vote against it. Everybody's been discussing this for the last few days. Why in the world would Chuck Schumer do a 180-degree turn? Because he said passionately, as recently as March of this year, on the same instrument, the same CR, that it would be reckless and irresponsible and dangerous to close down the federal government. Why did Chuck Schumer change his tune? Everybody knows that now. He's trying to avoid a challenge from his left flank in his next Senate re-election campaign. And he wants to avoid the scrutiny that he received for doing the right thing back in March, because the far left and the base really went crazy on poor Chuck Schumer. And so he changed his tune. And now they're trying to pretend it's about something completely different. They have made a decision that they would rather give taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens than to keep the doors open for the American people, to keep vital services, veteran services, health care and nutrition for women, infants, and children. They would rather not pay the troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol agents. They would rather stop services of FEMA in the middle of a hurricane season than to do the right thing for partisan political purposes. It is selfish, it is reprehensible, and it is exactly the opposite of what they have all said themselves in their own words very passionately every day until now. We've been playing the greatest hits loop here on a video right outside the Speaker's office for days. You've all seen it. Make them answer for that. Don't ask the Republicans what we should be doing or what we should be negotiating. I don't have anything to negotiate. I sent them in good faith exactly what they had voted for before. We did not put any Republican provisions in that, and we tried to make this very simple, in good faith, so the appropriations process of the people can continue. Now, there's been a lot of talk about, they say that we're making this up, this illegal aliens receiving taxpayer benefits. It's a talking point, they said. I want to remind you of a couple of key facts. Everybody can remember, I think, back to 2020. In the presidential debate for all the candidates on the Democrat side, you might remember famously they were asked the question, raise your hand, they said on the stage, if you believe that illegal aliens should receive health care paid for by American taxpayers. Every single one of them raised their hand, to great applause in the audience from the Democrats who were there. Those hands included Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, what did they do? Did they follow through on that promise? Yeah. They absolutely did. Joe Biden used executive orders, and he expanded benefits, health care, to illegal aliens in his 4-year term. That was an outrageous violation of the existing federal law and of the principles of good stewardship. Those resources are not meant for people who break the law and come into our country. They're meant for U.S. citizens. And so they watered down these health programs. It was terribly dangerous. So we got the majority. President Trump has returned to the Oval Office with a mandate of 75 million Americans, this big popular vote win. The House Republicans received our largest popular vote total in the history of this institution. Republicans went immediately to work. And we passed the one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. And we fulfilled all the promises that we made. One of the key promises that we made, because you all know that the open border was probably the #1 issue in the election cycle, was that we would end that madness. We would cut off resources, hard-earned taxpayer dollars by American citizens, not going to reward people for breaking our law and coming over the border. And we did that. The one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, included a huge provision. A big chunk of that bill was the health provisions. Now, why are we saying that they want to return and restore taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens? Because that's exactly what they did. When they rejected the clean CR that we sent over, the Senate Democrats, Chuck Schumer, filed a counter proposal. Now, what was in that counter proposal? You can see it for yourselves. In fact, if you're watching at home, go to my website right now, speaker.gov. Go to the press releases tab and you'll see it. It's listed right there. Just click on it. I'd like you to turn in your hymnals to page 57, okay? Section 2141. It is there in black letter. They filed this. This is not a talking point. This is what they proposed. They wanted to add, instead of the clean CR that keeps the government open for 7 more weeks to allow us to finish the work, they proposed a wild list of partisan priorities. Among them, they want to return $500 million to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to prop up left-leaning and biased media organizations. We're not doing that. The American people don't want us to do that. We don't need the Corporation for Public Broadcasting funded by taxpayers anymore because we're in their age of ubiquitous media. There's, what, 200 of you guys here? There's so many outlets. We don't need to do that. We're not going to do that. They wanted to cut, in the Democrats' counter-proposal, I want you to read it for yourself, speaker.gov. Go there and check it out. They want to remove the rural hospital fund that Republicans fought so hard to put into the One Big Beautiful Bill. We set $50 billion aside to take care of rural hospitals. Why would Chuck Schumer want to get rid of that? I don't know. A lot of those rural hospitals are in red states. You have to decide for yourself what the motivations are here. But they say they're for health care. Why would they want to do that?
Okay, so you heard there House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking as we are on day 2 of the government shutdown. Again, Democrats and Republicans cannot agree, but I do also, again, want to clarify. Individuals who are here in the country illegally are not eligible for health care. The clauses that Democrats are actually trying to put in to this budget essentially would put back clauses that were already in there, allowing individuals who were in the country legally to receive health care. So not individuals who are undocumented here in the country illegally, but those who are still here permitted to be in the U.S. illegally and maybe working to get full citizenship. On the Democratic side, Congressman Al Green from right here in Houston, he is sharing his thoughts. Let's listen into that.
Let me thank the members of the press for being here on exceedingly short notice. This notice was given to you approximately an hour ago, and you have responded in a very positive way, and we're most appreciative. I also want to thank the many persons who are assembled here with us for appearing on very short notice. This short notice is due to the fact that I was in Washington, D.C. on yesterday, flew into Houston, Texas, and prepared this press conference on very short notice. It was important that I be in Washington yesterday, and it's important that I be in Houston, Texas today, because we have to inform the people here in Houston, especially those who are in the 9th and 18th congressional districts, what the current status of affairs are as they relate to what is a crisis created by Republicans, a Republican crisis / scheme, because it is a scheme. Please allow me to read a prepared statement and then give some additional comments. We are now 2 days into an unjust Republican healthcare shutdown crisis / scheme, which creates a crisis scheme with higher costs and less healthcare coverage for the American people. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream that included justice for all. Donald Trump and Republicans have an unjust crisis scheme to gut Medicaid, decimate the Affordable Care Act, and slash Medicare. Under the Republican unjust crisis scheme, millions will lose health care coverage and millions more will face higher costs. Millions of Americans will lose health care insurance under the unjust Republican crisis scheme. And the Affordable Care Act tax credits will be decimated. There will be more than $1 trillion in cuts to medical care, and this unjust scheme will allow a transfer of more than $1 trillion from the sick and needy to the well-heeled and wealthy. Dr. King reminded us in 1966 that injustice in healthcare is both shocking and inhuman because it often results in death. The profundity of Dr. King's words still ring true 2 days into the Republican unjust healthcare crisis. The Republicans can end this crisis whenever they choose. They have the power to end the unjust crisis scheme that they have created, and at some point, after refusing to negotiate in good faith with Democrats, Trump and Republicans will vote to end the shutdown crisis. Some things bear repeating. At some point, after refusing to negotiate in good faith with Democrats, Trump and Republicans will vote to end their shutdown crisis scheme after having caused much pain and suffering imposed by their dastardly shutdown crisis scheme. Friends, this did not start a few days ago. This started in 2010 when the Obamacare legislation passed and was signed into law. Since that moment, my colleagues across the aisle have been scheming and scamming and trying to find a way to eliminate, eviscerate, decimate, and literally obliterate Obamacare. They have tried unsuccessfully for some 70 times, and for more than 60 times I have voted against their efforts to repeal without a replacement for the Affordable Care Act. This latest crisis that they created is but a continuation of the crisis that had its genesis in 2010. We cannot allow them to succeed now. We didn't allow them to succeed in 2010. We will not allow them to succeed tomorrow. They can never succeed in taking health care from the American people. They want to do it because this is where the money is. They understand that they can take this $1 trillion or more from health care and transfer it to the very wealthy, as evidenced by some numbers that I will share with you currently. These numbers are very shocking in terms of how they impact people and the healthcare system. Here's an example. We are now going to lose over $4.5 trillion because that's what the big, beautiful tax steal is imposing upon us. $255,000 is the average tax cut in 2027 for the top 0.1%. The top 0.1% will receive $255,000. For edification purposes, that is about $698 per day. Those persons who are making about $50,000 annually or less, they will get $265. That is about 72 cents per day. The well-off, well-heeled, and well-to-do will get $698 a day. The least, the last, the lost, those persons who are trying to find their way.
And you were listening in there to Democratic Congressman Al Green speaking 2 days into this government shutdown. We're going to go to break. We will be back right after this. We are back and talking sports this afternoon. Nate Griffin is here with me. Let's talk Texans for a second, who shut out the Titans last week.
Yep.
1-3 now, headed to see Baltimore.
That's correct. Well, you know what? I gotta say something. It's a cool setup.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's a cool set. I like this. It's cool, man. You know, I've been here maybe once.
Oh, for real? You haven't been
one
here
time?
often?
No, I'm not coming here a lot. It's just.
I didn't realize that.
Well, you know, I like being out, right? You know, I like the studio when I can get in the studio, but I like being out. You know, but when I get a chance to be with you guys, you know, the shenanigans are rolling, baby.
It's gonna always shenanigans.
the shenanigans are rolling. All right.
Do it again.
Yeah. So let me get off that for a second and talk about the Houston Texans 1-3. You know, the Baltimore Ravens also 1-3, and Cooper Rush is probably going to start for them this weekend because right now Lamar Jackson has a hamstring problem. So he's questionable for the start. But what we're seeing from the Texans, we're starting to see after that win against the Tennessee Titans Sunday, you just have a different kind of walk. You have a swagger. And that guy right there, C.J. Stroud, obviously, he is a very, very good quarterback. There's no question about that. But then you still need to have some good positive moments on the field. And so this is what we've seen. And when you look at the Texans, nobody can thread the ball. I mean, spin it like he can, right? Very few can do it that way. But what we've seen them a little off target. Now, when you lose 2-3 games, that is what tends to happen. But then when you win a game, you have a shot to get your confidence back and start spinning the ball like you normally do. So look for the Texans to do that. I think they found something pretty special, that guy right there, D'Amico Ryans. I think he found something special in Woody Marks, who rushed for 50. And he had over 100 yards from scrimmage, and we're talking about 50 receiving and 60 rushing, and a touchdown receiving as well as a touchdown receiving. So that's good to see. And Nick Chubb also a very valuable piece in that offense until Joe Mixon can get back. But right now, once again, when you're looking at Baltimore is 1-3. I actually picked Baltimore to be on the opposite side of the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl. And right now it's looking like Buffalo. But it's still early in the season, so you can't really say, okay, they're not going to get there. Now, I think the big question is, how long is Lamar Jackson out? Questionable means he's not going to possibly play. It doesn't mean that he's not going to play. Yeah. Okay, but there's a possibility he could play. So you got some other guys out for Baltimore. Roquan Smith is also out, and he's, you know, the counterpart to Will Anderson. And so Will Anderson did not practice yesterday. And limited participation today. I foresee that, and so that's what you're looking at. But I expect the Texans to come out of there with a win. I expect C.J. Stroud to be really good. I expect Nick Chubb to have a good game as well. Baltimore's defense has always been stout, but when the Texans' defense is playing well, they can get some rest and get some breaks and not be on the field as much as they had been. 3 and outs leaves the defense on the field a long time, and you don't want to see that. And
with Lamar Jackson out, I feel like that'll, you know.
Well, yeah. You know, the better quarterback, obviously, before this happened was Lamar. He had 869 yards passing, and CJ 832 yards passing. Derrick Henry for the Baltimore Ravens, he's a problem.
He is
6'3". I wouldn't want any of that smoke. 6'3", 250 pounds, and he runs smack dab over you. He's bigger than a defensive end, or just about the size of a defensive end. Zay Flowers, very good at the wide receiver position. Nico Collins is also questionable. And then, you know, they got some other guys, like I said, on defense. But I think it's going to come down to who can play error-free football, nearly error-free football. The defense can't. You just can't draw a lot of penalties on defense. You can't do it, especially on the road. You have to play error-free football if you can. Penalties, you have to be very sound. So hopefully the Texans can go to Baltimore, pull out a win. They need to. I don't think you want to start the season 1-4. That's not a good thing. Although, you know, 17 games, but you want to try to win if you can up there.
I imagine they have plenty of confidence after shutting out the Titans last week.
The Titans aren't very good, though. That's the only thing. You know, Cam Ward, you know, first-year quarterback, was first pick in the draft last year out of Miami. He's from West Columbia, right down the road. So, you know, I just – they're having a bad season. They really are. and they are. I'm not sure. They probably will win a game as you get a little further into the season. But then what happens too? Injuries start, like we saw with the Astros, right? Astros start having the same thing can happen with a professional football team. Injuries the later you get into the season. As far as college football is concerned, University of Houston right now 4-0 on the season, playing well under Willie Fritz. They have Texas Tech coming in here Saturday. That game is at 6 at TD-ECU Stadium. Also, Texas Tech is 4-0. That's going to be a really, really good game. And you know what? What's really great about college football in our city is when the college teams are good, they make football more interesting. University of Houston, Connor Wigman's their quarterback. Dean Connor, who played for Rice last year, is now the starting running back at the University of Houston, and he's having one heck of a season. So it's great to see the University of Houston. We were at practice yesterday with them, having a good season. That's good. Rice, 3-2 this year. Went to Navy, lost to Navy, but that team runs the Navy runs the option, and you're talking about two very similar teams in terms of offenses. They run a triple option. That's 3 guys in the backfield. They run more than they pass. That's what the triple option is. They run more than they pass. Typical triple option teams probably going to throw the ball 8 to 12 times a game. That's what Rice does. And just so you know, give you a little more context, this is my 18th season as a Rice football color analyst on the radio.
Okay.
So they're going in, they have a brand new offense this year. I think that Scott Abel, who's a brand new head football coach, brings his offense from Davidson. So Chase Jenkins is the quarterback out of A-Leaf Taylor, and of course they have a bevy of good running backs. The Hardeman kid, Quentin Jackson. They got a lot of good running backs, and the receivers don't really have to catch the ball that often because they just don't throw a whole lot, but I expect them to do as well. And then Sam Houston State, they play tonight. They actually play New Mexico State. They need to win. They're 0-4. And I know they don't want to be 0-4, not at this time, because they just have a much better team than that. Also, Prairie View has a game coming up this weekend. They will play Rio Grande Valley. Okay. And then, they play Alcorn State. And Texas Southern also is looking to get another W on the
coach
column.
on yesterday. And had the AD on today.
Had Chris Dishman on yesterday, and had Ms. Jackson on, Dr. Jackson on this morning. So very interesting. She's the interim athletic director. Yeah, she's the interim athletic director. So lots going on, high school football as well. We'll have it all for you tomorrow morning, along with Friday Football Fever at C.E. King and Goose Creek Memorial High Schools. That is going to be lit. So you want to make sure you watch these two teams. Both teams are 3-1.
All right, and we know you will be lit for sure.
Yes, sir.
Always good to see you. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir, as well.
We're going to head to break. We'll be back right after this. We are back, and let's check in with Angie Rodriguez. She is in Galveston, where there was an officer-involved shooting earlier today. Angie?
Yeah, that's right, DeLon. We learned from Galveston PD that it all stemmed from a chase that started in Hitchcock and it ended here at Seawolf Park. That's about a 15-mile difference there. Now, we know it all started whenever Hitchcock police attempted to pull over this white vehicle that you'll see on your screen for speeding. The suspect didn't stop, so Hitchcock PD began the chase. It ran from about Highway 6 to I-45 South all the way onto the island before its final stop here at Seawolf Parkway. Now, according to police, without a place to go, that suspect began to fire shots out of his car, then proceeded to get into a standoff with police. We know negotiators were able to settle the situation for a little bit, but that was before the suspect did eventually pull out his gun and point it again at officers, leading to one officer firing his weapon. Now, we do know that Texas Rangers will be the ones leading this investigation. The identity of that suspect has not been released as of yet. For now, we're live in Galveston. Angie Rodriguez, Fox 26 News.
Okay, Angie, thank you so much. So a big story coming out of Chambers County that we have been following is the Sarah Hartsfield trial. We've been following this for several days. The jury has been seated. Opening statements were this week. Family members have testified, and Sarah herself could take the stand today. Tan is here to bring us up to speed on that.
So we are in day 4 of the trial, and a lot of medical experts are taking the stand today just to talk about the condition that her husband Joseph was in. We know he did have some medical conditions, which the defense is using in their case, sleep apnea, heart condition, and diabetes. So they're just talking about the response, the amount of time it took for him to get medical, for medics to arrive, and then also the fact that it led, to him dying, and the amount of time it took Sarah to report that his insulin level was too low. So they're just kind of digging through all that information, and they also showed some body camera footage today of her statement after police talked to her, and just her thoughts on her husband. And she had 5 different statements actually, and that's what led to her being charged with homicide.
Okay. We heard from family members yesterday.
Yes, so we heard from his sister. We heard from his sister on day 2 and day 3. And if you haven't been following this case, Sarah Hartsfield is accused of killing her 5th husband. She also is accused of killing the prior lover before that in self-defense. So this will be the 2nd love interest that she's accused of killing. So the family, they said initially they really liked Sarah. They thought she was a great person. Things started to advance really fast. They learned about her past, and then their feelings changed on her. And so the brother of the family members that testified, or the family member that testified, her name is Jean. She's a sister to Joseph. She talked about, how her brother was a great person, and that her brother was in fear for his life at some point, to the point where he even wanted to separate from Sarah. He got his own bank account, and then when he was ready to make that move, that's when they found out that he was unresponsive, and all the things that led to him being unresponsive, I would say.
Got it. Okay, well, we definitely will be watching this one, and as many across the country are doing the same as well, and appreciate you.
You're welcome. A lot of moving parts, so you want to stay tuned.
Yeah, they are moving.
Yes.
All right, Tan, thank you so much. We're going to head to break. We will be back right after this. We are back now, and we will take you to a domestic violence seminar that was held earlier today.
Also Domestic Violence Assistance Funds, which has been a vital fund, flexible fund that has been now available to be able to help survivors who are in situations that are in need of services and safety, ways to be able to tailor those services for those individuals. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. My honor. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm going to move over to our district attorney, Shantir. Bold vision as you came in this year as our newly elected district attorney. Bold vision in creating an entire bureau that addresses domestic violence. That's pretty incredible. So much so that other jurisdictions are paying attention to that. So thank you for being courageous enough to say, no, this is a major issue in our community. So talk a little bit more about that. How is your office working to both prosecute domestic violence cases effectively and reduce the re-traumatization for survivors during this entire legal process?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, for all of you being here, Commissioner, for doing this. I do want to just, your painting picture on the front of that thing out there, fantastic, perfect likeness. Before I even was elected, this man to my right set up a number of dinners where I got to really firsthand meet with the stakeholders, the people who are on the front lines doing this. I was a prosecutor for 15 years. I did time in what we called then our family criminal law division, where it was just a small percentage of the cases that we would prosecute there, and everything else was just kind of whoever was in the court at the time. But I had never been in the room with people like Sylvia and people like that who deal with this on a daily basis, both from the offender standpoint and the survivor standpoint. And so really what I was able to craft as a vision and have begun to implement is a direct result of Commissioner Garcia opening my eyes to this. So the first person that I talked to in our office was the woman that I put in charge of our bureau, Mary McFadden. This is her life's work. And no one knows it as well as she does. And so, yeah. So what we came up with is a very, as you said, bold idea. It's not one that we can implement or should implement immediately. We are doing it in a staggered process. The ultimate goal is to have every single intimate partner violence case handled inside that bureau, not having anyone be handled by our jack of all trades prosecutors because they're not trauma informed, because they don't know how survivors of these kind of cases show up every day. But that's not something we can do immediately. And so thanks to, again, in large part, a massive increase in our budget, most of it directed to domestic violence, we are able to incrementally grow that now. So now we have moved to a system-based prosecution model where we're taking the onus off of survivors to say that they are at risk, and we're giving it to our system to really identify the people that need the most services, that need the most help, and we're immediately taking those into our domestic violence bureau. Also, they then go immediately to the DVHRC team. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you do on that. That's domestic violence high risk team. This is going to improve the outcome for those survivors at the most risk for both being re-victimized and for lethal outcomes. The other thing that we're doing around that, obviously the Harris County DA's office is the largest protective order provider in the state of Texas. That's something a lot of people don't know. But again, we've asked them time and again, do you need a protective order? Come in if you need a protective order. The people that really need it sometimes aren't getting it. So we've taken the onus off of them, and we are providing the protective orders without request on that. But another offshoot and another huge reason for the outlay of funds is we are taking our POET program, the Protective Order Extended Team, out into the communities. We are working with people and not asking them to come downtown. I say this all the time, but my wife is a native Houstonian. English is her first and only language. She has her own transportation. She has flexibility to go where she wants to go. And I've worked downtown my whole life, and she won't come have lunch with me because downtown intimidates. Now when we ask people who may not be born, who may not have English as their first language, who through cultural or whatever reason are terrified to walk into a building full of law enforcement. And we're saying if you can't do that, you don't get a protective order? That makes no sense to me. And so we're going into the communities. We are going to help people and meet them where they are to get the protective orders. And it's not that a piece of paper is going to save your life necessarily, but data has shown it does. It prevents future violence. So all of those things are things that we're actively working on. And I want to say it, I say it every single time that I'm talking about this. In this climate, it's so important to note, to say, we are not immigration police. We don't ask status. I think we have seen a tragic drop in the amount of outcries from our most vulnerable undocumented community because they're terrified. We have effectively said that it's open season on them. We are having people held hostage in homes where they're being abused because of their status. I'm not going to be a part of that. We do not ask status. Our job is to get justice and protect every member of our community.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Well, we really appreciate all the work, the hard work that you're doing in the office and streamlining and to align so that the re-victimization doesn't continue to happen. I mean, who wants to go into the criminal justice? Nobody, right? And so when that does happen, being able to make sure that we are aligned in the type of services is just incredible. And I know it sounds super easy, but it's not. There are so many people that are involved in that process. And so being cognizant and being mindful of it and putting attention and funds directly to ways to be able to streamline that has been monumental. So thank you.
All right. You have been listening in there on a domestic violence seminar there where even DA Sean Tier spoke. So we had Nate Griffin here earlier talking about sports, some of the big sports headlines. Texans coach D'Amico Ryans spoke to the press earlier today. Let's listen into that.
The Texans have been playing the Ravens up in Baltimore for a long time. It's to compete with them and to get a win up in Baltimore. A lot of people try to do that.
Hey, the thing about this game, we understand Baltimore and the success they've had at home has been really well, and we understand where we've been in that battle, right? It hasn't been good, but that doesn't matter. Past is the past. It's all about these teams this year at this specific time. Like, how do we go out and do what we need to do to execute, to play complementary football, play as a team, play together? How do we need to finish? We finished the right way, we can go win the football game.
What have you seen from Baltimore despite their record that obviously concerns you?
What I've seen from Baltimore, they're an explosive unit. Very explosive on offense. Although they've lost some games, they scored a ton of points. And, they have explosive players all across the field. Whether it's at the wide receiver position, with Zay Flowers, Bateman, Hopkins, with their tight ends, also explosive players, and then the backs as well. Henry's an explosive player. And they have people that you have to keep eyes on. You have to be aware of everyone. And of course, we all understand Lamar and the caliber player that he is. He's an outstanding player, one of the best players in our league, one of the best players of this generation. He changes the game tremendously, and he's done an outstanding job with that team.
Go ahead, Christy.
Considering all those weapons you just pointed out,
Do you think it will change things a lot for them if Lamar can't play?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't change. They're still explosive players who Lamar's getting the football to, so that doesn't change, right? If Rush has to come in and play, he still has very capable guys he can get the ball to. So it really doesn't matter to us. We just have to be on the details when it comes to the defense and how we play. We have to play our style. We have to rep our style every single snap, and we have to be on the details of our job. We do that, and we play together. We play with awareness. Right? We know they have a lot of wrinkles in their offense, a lot of good plays schematically that's hurt us in the past. So we have to play with awareness from our defensive line, linebackers, and all our guys in the back end. Everybody has to be aware, play with great eye discipline. That's how you go out and play good defense versus this team.
D'Amico, any update on managing Derek Stingley Jr. as you guys were able to last week? And do you have anything on Will Anderson Jr. not practicing?
Yeah, Sting and Will did not practice today. They're both managing. We're looking at those guys from day to day. We'll see how they continue to improve throughout the week.
In the second half against Tennessee, the offensive line looked a lot better in the first half. Didn't allow as many pressures, no sacks. You ran the ball really well in the second half. Was there something that changed for the offensive line between the first half and second half, or is that kind of how you hope things go with the O-line, where you just keep hammering and eventually it turns the corner?
For our offensive line, we just have to keep working. And that's the message. Like, you just keep working. The game isn't over at halftime. Like, you have to keep working, and it's about how you outwork people. How do you finish? Right? That's all that matters. And so it was nothing special that happened at halftime. The guys just continue to work, and for all our guys and for our entire team, it's, for me, my message, let's just keep getting better.
All right. Thanks for watching us here. Rashi Vaz is up next.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Houston Live and Local. It is October the 2nd, 2025, 2 p.m. And we really appreciate you being here with us. You know, it is hot outside. So I talked about this for Misha. I signed up for the marathon, which is happening in about 13, 14. Well, I haven't finished it, so but I appreciate that. Thank you. So I decided to go on a run. I went on one of the longer ones today.
Okay.
And I don't think I'm going to do it until the temperature's a little bit cooler.
Oh, you might be waiting for another month. So I think you're going to have to adjust, maybe go early in the morning or late in the evening. Just don't go during the hottest part of the day, of course, which is the afternoon.
Yes. Well, I try to, once I drop off the kids, I try to go. And here's the thing that's really bothersome is not the sweat so much as the mosquitoes in your mouth. You're
like running and trying to breathe, and
But they're out there, yes.
Yeah, it can be a little of a challenge. It can be uncomfortable, but I'm sure you can handle it. Like I said, just try not to get out there during the hottest part of the day.
I know, you gotta hydrate.
That's dangerous,
Yes, electrolytes. There's so many people working outside too, doing actual jobs and everything, and they all have long sleeves on, hydrating. It's really what you have to do if you are going to be outdoors because it's so hot.
Exactly. So how long have you been training, and when are you trying to do this?
Well, it's January 11th, the Chevron Marathon.
So you've got a while.
Yes, we have a little bit, and I'm raising money for the Houston area Parkinson Society.
Okay, that's great.
So I did 11 this morning, and we're just trying to build up. So I have this trainer, ChatGPT.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Kind of work my way, and we'll see where it goes. I mean, eating a lot, electrolytes, all of that really helps when you're trying to build back from, you're an athlete kind of yourself. So. Well, you are an athlete.
I haven't done a marathon, but I dabble in some other things here and there. Got my dance, figure skating, and starting to get into a few other things. So yeah, we have to stay fit.
Yes, we do.
Stay in shape. I enjoy it.
And it's for a cause, so I'm happy with that.
Yes, for a great cause. Well, let's get to your weather for today. And of course, October is here, but there's no signs of cooler weather on the way. So just like Rashi and I were saying, it is hot. It's going to be hot. If you're going to be training for a marathon or doing something else outside, maybe working in the yard, make sure that you are hydrating, taking it easy. Try not to overdo it because this is still dangerous heat. It's really basically summertime heat, even though we're in October and we're officially into the fall season. Moisture increases as we go into the next few days, so that may amount in a few more clouds, a few more showers, but bottom line, there's not going to be a ton of rain to go around. We also have a new area to watch in the Atlantic for possible slow development. Nothing happening over the next few days, but I think over the next week, there will be the chance for maybe a new tropical depression or tropical storm Jerry. So this is the area we're watching. It's basically a tropical wave moving off of the western coast of Africa. It is going to take a long time, several days, in fact, before it would get anywhere close to us potentially. But you could see over the next week, a very low 20% chance that it could start to acquire some of those tropical characteristics. So overall, we are looking for some pretty quiet weather. We did have Hurricane Imelda roll over Bermuda during the late night hours, and this morning it is already racing away from Bermuda. You can see the last advisory was issued right around 10 a.m. this morning, and it still had 75-mile-per-hour winds. However, it has now been determined that it's lost those tropical characteristics, so it is post-tropical. All that crazy video we saw yesterday around the Outer Banks of North Carolina of those houses crashing down due to those high waves, well, weather conditions should start to improve for the U.S. East Coast, including the Outer Banks of the Carolinas, because Imelda is pushing farther away. So you could see the east coast of the U.S. there. You could see Bermuda, and this is going to be long gone in just a few days. It is booking it away from Bermuda and into that cooler water, which will weaken it even more. All right, locally, we're looking good out there right now. We've got temperatures in the 90s. It is just a little bit after 2 o'clock, and we're already talking about those temps up to 93 degrees. Dew points, though, at least aren't really high. Nothing crazy just yet. Dew points around 60. We've got wind out of the north around 10 miles per hour, and humidity remains fairly low. So we've been hearing a little bit about a few small fires that have been going out there that have gotten started by accident. So make sure that you're not doing any outdoor burning because it's still a very dry atmosphere in place. We will have the chance for a few showers this weekend, but right now we got the sunshine and we've got the heat. In fact, we got 89 for you in Galveston, light north breeze. Tomball, 91 degrees, and how about 93 degrees for you in Sugar Land? So basically, we've got more of the same for today. Air quality alert continues through this evening. There's a chance it could get extended for another day for your Friday. But this basically means air quality will likely bounce back and forth between the moderate category and unhealthy for sensitive groups. So if you've got respiratory issues like asthma or something else, make sure to reduce that time outdoors, especially during the afternoon hours. So you don't want to be training for a marathon out there during this time, and you don't want to be out there overdoing it if you do have those respiratory issues. Also, keep in mind you may be bothered by the higher pollen levels. We are still dealing with a lot of ragweed, and those mold spores remain on the higher side as well. All right, here's the map that I wanted to get to. This is our updated drought monitor for this week. This comes out every Thursday morning, and there have been some pretty major changes. We had Houston not included in any of those categories, but you will see now that Houston is in that abnormally dry category, not officially drought, but getting close. But we now have some of our western counties in category 1, moderate drought. So that would include parts of Washington County, Austin County, Colorado, Wharton counties. So that means we need some rain, Rashi. Not going to get any today, most likely, but I think early next week we'll have a slightly better chance. We're watching another potential disturbance that might form near South Florida. So right now there's like a 10% chance that could develop. Probably not going to do much, but it may bring a little bit more moisture our way. So that would mean maybe a few more downpours into next week.
All right, we're going to be looking for that. Thank you so much, Ramisha. All right, now we continue to follow a developing story happening over in downtown Houston. We do understand that multiple people were injured at a hotel under construction when a boiler exploded, leading the top floor to just collapse. A very scary situation. Our Jillian Hartman is live at the scene for us. Jillian, so can you explain what happened?
Well, we just got an update from officials a few minutes ago. We're told at least 6 people were hurt after a reported explosion here at this high-rise building behind me. You can see this area is roped off, and if we pan up for you, you can see the damage. Now, we just got an update from the Houston Fire Department. I'm told construction workers were working on tankless water heaters that exploded on the top floor there of this new hotel that's under construction. The initial report, like you said, was a boiler exploded, but we just learned in the last few minutes it was tankless water heaters. Now, this happened around 11 a.m. this morning. You can see significant damage again to the corner of this building. A man who lives nearby, we just talked to him in the last hour, and he said he heard a loud explosion and it sounded like a bomb went off. Authorities say, again, 6 people were hurt. They were rushed to the hospital with burns. Now, I'm told all those people are construction workers. They had burns to their face and arms. We're working to find out the severity of their injuries. Now, the building here, again, is a new hotel under construction, a Holiday Inn Express, we're told, and no other occupants were inside. An initial report said that the top floor collapsed, but I was just told by officials that that did not happen. So an inspector is supposed to be here to check out the building. We are staying on scene to gather more information. Right now, Texas Street behind me is blocked off. Why don't we show you a little bit of the scene here? We'll walk you through what is going on. So as you can see, it's roped off, and down this way you can see some fire trucks. This is still a very active scene. This happened again a few hours ago around 11 a.m. 6 people hurt. Tankless water heaters exploded, and that's what causes damage to the building here. That is a new hotel under construction. So we are working to get more information. We're staying on scene. Any updates, we will keep you posted. Back to you.
All right, Jillian, thank you so much for that live report there. Now, something else that we're following, one man is dead after a high-speed chase in Galveston this morning, and according to police, this man was shot after he pointed a gun at officers. Fox 26's news reporter Angie Rodriguez joining us live with the latest there. Angie.
Hey, Rashi. Yeah, this all stemmed from a chase. Galveston police say it started in Hitchcock and it ended here at Sea Wolf Park. That's about a 15-mile difference. Now, we know that it all stemmed from a chase. Hitchcock police attempted to pull over this white vehicle you're going to see on your screen. The suspect did not stop for Hitchcock police, so they began the chase. It started around Highway 6, went all the way down I-45 south, onto Galveston Island before the final stop here again at Seawolf Park. Now, according to police, without a place to go, that suspect began to fire shots out of his car, then proceeded to get into a standoff with police. Negotiators were able to help settle the situation for a little bit. That's just before the suspect eventually did pull out his gun, like you mentioned, and pointed it at officers. That led to one firing his weapon.
Civilians were driving right up onto the suspect as he was holding a firearm in his hand. And even through that, negotiations continued, and our officers did a really, really good job in trying to do everything that they could to have the suspect surrender peacefully. It's very sad, and it's sad for all involved. I hate that anyone was hurt, but I am thankful that no civilians or police officers, law enforcement officers were hurt.
Texas Rangers will be conducting this external investigation. The identity of that suspect has not been released. We're live in Galveston. Angie Rodriguez, Fox 26 News.
All right, thank you, Angie. Now let's go to the Sarah Hartsfield case, which is being watched all over the nation. So the story out of Chambers County is making those national headlines, and we know that we're entering into day 4. This trial is expected to last several weeks. She's accused of murdering her 5th husband. Our Tan Radford following this case for us since the beginning. So I understand there was new testimony today, and who took the stand?
Yes, we saw a lot of medical professionals taking the stand, just talking about Joseph, her ex-husband that was murdered, just his condition. He had sleep apnea, he had a heart condition, and of course he was diabetic. So all those things kind of factor in, and the defense used it for their case, saying that's what led to his death. It really wasn't the Miss Hartsfield not calling emergency response quick enough. So, you know, they used that to their advantage today, but they also showed some body camera footage of when she talked to police and she made her statement. So there were 5 different statements that she actually made, and that's what led to her being charged with homicide. They even said she joked about how his family felt about her during some of that statement. So we don't know the level of emotion that she had. Kind of like it was like up and down in some of those statements and on that footage as well. But his family did state, you know, they felt like she's 100% guilty of causing his death.
And so, I mean, I guess if you give her the benefit of the doubt in a situation, maybe their relationship was falling apart and he died of those natural causes or whatever. I guess that's sort of what the defense is going to be arguing, since they are using the fact that he did have all of these ailments to their case.
Right. And so they're also, what prosecutors are saying is that, of course, he had that sickness or he had those underlying conditions, but she also killed her ex-lover as well. So, and then the statements are not adding up, so they're using that, you know, to pin her down and say, okay, you may have waited a while because look at your background.
Right. Do we know about the 3rd, 2nd, or 1st husband?
You know, there are limited details on the other group of individuals.
Yes.
So we don't have that much information on them, but I do believe witnesses, when they come to the stand, they may, if there are more witnesses from her previous relationships, they may give us more detail on that.
Yeah, because I mean, we just know about the 4th one. I mean, it's like what happened to the other 3, what led to this.
Right.
What about the children? What are they? Do we know anything about where they are?
We just know right now that they're not in her custody. Okay. Well, they weren't in her custody, and that's one of the red flags that was raised. Joseph's mom, when she took the stand, his mom says that was one of the red flags, that, you know, she didn't have custody of her children at the time, that they met online and then they started their relationship. So although she was a nice lady, there were still many red flags there that they were like, hey, wait a minute, this is moving quickly, but there also are a lot of things that we did not know about you ahead of you guys making it this far in your relationship.
And what else do we know? Who else is supposed to take the stand later today?
Right now, they're just medical professionals. They have went on a lunch break from the last time that I checked.
Okay.
But just medical professionals just talking about, you know, how his blood sugar was so low, and previous visits to the hospital, it was because it was very high. So it's very rare for someone to die from their blood sugar being low.
Yeah, and that was interesting. Yesterday you had even mentioned that one of the doctors was saying, you know, in all of his years of practice, no one has died from low blood sugar.
Right. So a medical professional said that normally you don't even go to the hospital when your blood sugar is low. They can take care of that, I guess, when paramedics arrive on the scene, but this one, he was unresponsive. So it was really too late if he was unresponsive, and it didn't look too well, and that's why they asked for a statement from Sarah Hartsfield, and she was confused about why they wanted a statement, but because he was unresponsive, they had to get something on the record from her.
All right. Well, I know you'll be keeping tabs of that. Thank you so much, Tan. All right, now let's talk about the government shutdown. So we're not seeing a lot of progress in Washington today as the government shutdown moves to its second day. And that's because it is a Jewish holiday. The Senate won't take another vote until Friday. Now, we do know that the president is threatening major federal cuts. Fox's Rebecca Castor has those details.
There will be plenty of talking on Capitol Hill today, but no votes to reopen the government as both sides try to coax each other to back down.
44 Democrats in the Senate have voted for the third time to reject the completely nonpartisan, completely clean, very simple 24-page continuing resolution.
The Republicans have control of the White House, of the Senate, and of the House. And rather than fund local law enforcement and release the Epstein files, they would rather shut down the entire government and make this whole country suffer.
The standoff comes down to health care. Democrats want to extend COVID-era insurance subsidies, but the White House says that money could end up paying for medical care for migrants.
America is $37 trillion in debt. We cannot afford to provide taxpayer-funded free health care to illegals who broke the law to enter our country.
President Trump, meanwhile, is threatening to use the shutdown as a way to potentially fire thousands of federal workers and cut billions in spending. He posted on Truth Social, "I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity."
The bottom line is he's doing it anyway. They've already cut 300,000 people, whether there's a shutdown or not.
I think that the Democrats, if they're so worried about the effect this is having on the American people, and they should be, what they should do is reopen the government, not complain about how we respond.
President Trump says he'll meet with the Office of Budget and Management Director Russ Vought today to determine where cuts should be made. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Now, 2 people are dead, 3 others seriously wounded in a synagogue attack in the UK. Now, we do know that police in Manchester claiming it as a terror attack, a very scary situation there. Fox's Greg Palkett reports.
Multiple people are dead and several others injured after a car and knife attack outside of a UK synagogue. The incident taking place in Manchester during Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar.
This attack has been officially declared as a terrorist incident, and the investigation is now being led by counter-terrorist police.
Local police say they were called to the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue around 9:30 a.m. local time after someone witnessed a car being driven towards pedestrians. At least one person was also stabbed. Minutes later, officers opened fire at a person believed to be the suspect.
It's horrifying. It is horrifying. Unfortunately, in the last year, we've witnessed a whole load of terror and attacks against the Jewish people.
A large number of people were worshiping inside the synagogue at the time, and police say a member of the public prevented the suspect from entering the building.
People should be allowed to go about and practice their faith, knowing they're going to be safe. Unfortunately, Jewish people across the country, Jewish people across the globe don't feel that way.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, flying home early from a summit of European leaders, says more law enforcement is being deployed to synagogues across the UK.
The attack in Manchester this morning is absolutely shocking, and all of our thoughts are with those affected. We will do everything to keep our Jewish community safe.
Manchester police say that everyone inside the synagogue was evacuated after the area was made safe. In London, Greg Palkott, Fox News.
All right, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. October marks Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and Harris County officials held this seminar earlier today, and it was to go ahead and highlight some of the resources for prevention and support, which can be so very crucial to people. Let's take a listen.
I'm honored to be with this distinguished panel, and I'm very proud to be sitting next to our district attorney and we'll talk about the incredible work that he's doing. But to the question is, how do we counterbalance accountability? I will be pretty frank. I don't know how I'm trying to balance it, but I lean more towards the victims and the survivors than on the offender side. I think accountability is critical, but there's always an opportunity to think about the resources, the treatment, the discussions and the services that offenders do need. We ultimately have to be very holistic. We want to break the cycle of violence, whether a family stays together or not. It's critical that we look at ways to break the cycle at every turn. So having served on the board of AVDA, Aid to Victims of Domestic Abuse, that organization was one of the first to offer treatment and services to offenders. It was semi-controversial at the time, but it turns out that they were pioneering in their approach. So it's something we have to think about. But at the end of the day, I cannot help the old policeman in me that we give everybody chances. We're thoughtful in that regard. But if you just don't know how to stay on the right side of the law, if you don't know that we should respect our women in particular, and then just acknowledge no one should be a victim of any type of abuse. Children in particular should never witness this. That if you just can't hold that line, then we will make sure you get to visit with the district attorney again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And if I can brag about you for a bit, on some of the initiatives that you've really kind of spearheaded. One of them is in really looking at our efficiency as a system. And you were one of the individuals, one of the commissioners that was instrumental in doing a criminal justice safety assessment and really taking a look at the entire way that we respond to cases within the court system and identifying gaps. And so that's pretty incredible work in visionary work and making sure that, we're switching up, hello, in the work that you're doing. And so thank you for that. And then also Domestic Violence Assistance Funds, which has been a vital fund, flexible fund that has been now available to be able to help survivors who are in situations that are in need of services and safety, ways to be able to tailor those services for those individuals. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. My honor. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm going to move over to our district attorney, Shantir. Bold vision as you came in this year as our newly elected district attorney. Bold vision in creating an entire bureau that addresses domestic violence. That's pretty incredible. So much so that other jurisdictions are paying attention to that. So thank you for being courageous enough to say, no, this is a major issue in our community. So talk a little bit more about that. How is your office working to both prosecute domestic violence cases effectively and reduce the re-traumatization for survivors during this entire legal process?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, for all of you being here, Commissioner, for doing this. I do want to just, your painting picture on the front of that thing out there, fantastic, perfect likeness. Before I even was elected, this man to my right set up a number of dinners where I got to really firsthand meet with the stakeholders, the people who are on the front lines doing this. I was a prosecutor for 15 years. I did time in what we called then our family criminal law division, where it was just a small percentage of the of the cases that we would prosecute there, and everything else was just kind of whoever was in the court at the time. But I had never been in the room with people like Sylvia and people like that who deal with this on a daily basis, both from the offender standpoint and the survivor standpoint. And so really what I was able to craft as a vision and have begun to implement is a direct result of Commissioner Garcia opening my eyes to this.
And we are taking a deeper dive into the ICE facility over in Dallas. It was targeted in a deadly attack last week. Fox's Brooke Taylor taking us inside.
You had rounds coming through multiple windows, I think 9 different windows that he shot through.
Fox News gets an exclusive inside look at the Dallas ICE facility at the center of last week's deadly attack. The aftermath evident in almost every corner. Blood-stained floors from agents pulling detainees to safety and first aid kits left scattered in the chaos.
I think we used every single first aid kit we had in the building.
Bullets flew into employee offices, ripping into walls and cubicles.
Shooting through the windows, punches right into a cube, right, where someone could have been sitting. Thankfully, no one was sitting there at that time.
Investigators say the sniper fired at the facility indiscriminately from a nearby rooftop. The FBI says phone records and writings left behind show a high degree of pre-attack planning targeting ICE agents. But instead, he shot detainees in this transportation van.
So this is where one of our officers was extremely heroic, came out and pulled the 3 remaining detainees off of the van.
2 detainees were killed and a third was injured and released from the hospital. In a statement, ICE says this tragedy underscores the terrible costs of dangerous rhetoric and violence against the men and women of ICE who are simply carrying out their sworn law enforcement mission. The field office director says agents are still trying to process what happened, but won't let it stop them from carrying out their mission.
Our agents are resilient, but I'll say that this is just unprecedented. This type of violence that's been directed at ICE agents.
DHS says that assaults against ICE agents are up 1,000%. Meanwhile, the field office director here says had those agents been hit by bullets, they would have went right through their bulletproof vests, and that's because the shooter was using high-powered armored piercing rounds. In Dallas, Brooke Taylor, Fox News.
Well, the city of Austin gearing up for the first weekend of the big ACL Music Festival beginning tomorrow. City leaders are putting out a few safety reminders, too. I actually got a text from my mom saying my sister was going to Austin, and now I know why. Jenna King from our sister station there reports.
From Austin city limits to Formula One to Austin FC, this month is stacked with events and extra foot traffic is expected all over the city. ACL starts Friday and agencies across Austin are ramping up safety measures. From Austin Emergency Management,
our office leads the efforts in coordinating an event operations center, or an EVOC as we call it. This is a dedicated emergency operations center for ACL designed to support public safety for the event.
To Austin Travis County EMS,
we'll have medics that are on foot. They will be on bicycles, in SRUs, which are sort of our ATVs with the stretcher on the back that you see, along with dedicated ambulances and dedicated dispatchers.
To APD.
Our special events team, in conjunction with all the other agencies that play a significant role in this, do a tremendous job each and every year putting these events together and making sure they're staffed adequately.
It's all hands on deck to make sure attendees have fun while staying safe.
Pay attention to your surroundings and know what's going on around you. If an incident were to happen, know where all the exits are. Have a plan to get in touch with loved ones and family members.
Make sure to use the buddy system and have a pre-planned area to meet your group if you separate from them. APD says it will have an increased presence in and around Zilker Park. If you see something suspicious, say something.
Every year, many cell phones are stolen this way. Record the serial number of your cell phone and enable a tracking app on your cell phone in the event that it's lost or stolen, and that we can help track that down. The more information we have, the better. It's best to only bring the essentials that you're going to need.
The city says the forecast calls for slightly warmer weather compared to normal temperatures this time of year, so stay weather aware.
Before you even go to the festival, you are pre-hydrating, setting yourself up for success, wearing light-colored, loose-fitting clothing. Make sure you're wearing sunscreen, bring a hat. Make sure that you're eating good meals, and then keep hydrating while you're out at the festival.
There are also going to be numerous road closures around Zilker Park. There's no parking at Zilker Park or in the surrounding neighborhood, so the city recommends Cap Metro, bikes, scooters, or rideshare drop-offs. And of course, the biggest tip of all, don't forget to have fun. I'm Jenna King, Fox 7 Austin News.
All right, we'll be right back. Welcome back. So we do know that we are in day 2 of the government shutdown, and we understand that Hakeem Jeffries is at the steps of the Capitol talking about the government shutdown. So let's listen in.
In American history, stole food from the mouths of hungry children, hungry seniors, and hungry veterans. And all of this was done so that they could provide massive tax breaks to their billionaire donors. And you know what? Those massive tax breaks were made permanent. Why in the world should everyday Americans, working class Americans, hardworking American taxpayers accept anything less? I mean, literally this year, House Republicans, Senate Republicans, and Donald Trump enacted massive tax breaks for their billionaire donors, for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, all to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless. And this was done permanently. And now they want the American people, not us, Democrats, the American people to accept anything less than a permanent extension of tax credits that make their health care affordable. Understand this, over the last few days and over the next few days, what you're going to see is more than 20 million Americans experience dramatically increased health care premiums, copays, and deductibles because of the Republican unwillingness to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. They're not even willing to extend it for multiple years, let alone do what Republicans just did for billionaire donors, which is to extend the billionaire tax breaks permanently. Of course, the American people should accept nothing less.
Leader Jeffries.
Yep.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You said yesterday this was not about 2026. Are you concerned in any way about the political ramifications that voters might blame your side down the road?
The American people are crystal clear on who shut down the government. Crystal clear. They know it was Donald Trump and Republicans for a wide variety of reasons. Republicans have repeatedly shut the government down throughout the years. And does any reasonable person think that Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or Mike Johnson or Senate Republicans are behaving like individuals who actually want to reopen the government? I mean, House Republicans literally are on vacation right now, scattered throughout the country and the world. Democrats have been here all week. We want to have a bipartisan discussion use common sense to reopen the government, pass a spending agreement that makes life better for the American people, particularly as it relates to their high cost of living. Understand something, Chad. Donald Trump and Republicans spent all of last year promising that they were going to lower the high cost of living. They also spent all of last year running away from Project 2025, acting like Project 2025 didn't exist. But what have they been doing this year? This year, they've done nothing. Zip, zero. Stingy with De Niro. Nothing to lower the high cost of living for everyday Americans, while at the same period of time implementing and unleashing Project 2025. Now all of a sudden, Donald Trump admits it was his project all along. He just did it earlier today. What we're saying is America's too expensive. Donald Trump has made things worse. Costs haven't gone down on day one, they're going up. The cost of living is going up. Inflation is going up. The Trump tariffs are actually making life more expensive, thousands of dollars more per year for average, everyday Americans because of the Trump tariffs. And now Republicans refuse to do anything to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And as a result of that, tens of millions of Americans are going to have their premiums skyrocket out of control, double, triple, or quadruple. People are going to face medical bankruptcy. Millions of American citizens. And Republicans don't want to do anything about it. Democrats are in this fight until we win this fight.
Leader Jeffries, thank you. The White House is now threatening to fire thousands of federal employees. Is that a risk that you're willing to take by putting up this fight, and for how long?
The Trump administration has been firing thousands of federal employees outside of the context of a government shutdown since January 20th. Literally, they've been engaging in mass firings, the Trump administration, since January 20th. And no reasonable person can come to the conclusion that simply because they've now decided to shut the government down, that all of a sudden they're going to take an approach where they're going to fire federal employees, where outside of them shutting the government down, they were not going to fire federal employees. Because, guess what? They've been firing federal employees all along. That's a shame. These are hard-working public servants, many of them veterans. And in fact, more than 300,000 black women have lost their job in the Trump economy. This is extraordinary stuff. This is what they've been doing prior to this shutdown. They need to come to the table. We can go back to the White House, or they can come up here and we can have a conversation to end this shutdown. They're hurting the American people. Let's find a bipartisan path forward, and let's address the Republican healthcare crisis. Last question.
Given that dynamic, and given the way that the president has been tweeting memes about you, has been...
All right now we've just been listening to Hakeem Jeffries talking about the government shutdown. I'm going to remind you, Republicans are wanting concessions on health care, which is what started all of this. And if any Republicans are going to be speaking, we'll bring that to you live as well. Now, we do know that there won't be any vote today because today is a Jewish holiday. So they are expected to vote, if they do at all, on Friday, which is tomorrow. Okay, let's talk about something completely different. Did you know the Houston Rodeo's Go Tejano Committee, they're hosting one of their premier events this weekend, and it's not even supposed to rain, so there's no excuse not to go. It's the Go Tejano fashion show back at NRG Stadium. It's happening on Sunday. Adrian Isagiri joining me right now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Rashi.
Well, this is great. So NRG Stadium, it's going to be a little clear because the Texans are away. So let's talk about this event and why it's so important.
Absolutely. So this weekend we're hosting our Go Tejano Committee fashion show and dance. It's very important because it's one of the many events that we put on throughout the year outside of rodeo season, where we put on our fundraising efforts, entertain people, have our fashion show, different local vendors as well, in order to raise funds for the scholarships that are awarded on behalf of the Go Tejano Committee with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
And you guys do this every year, right?
Correct. We do this every year along with many other events that we host throughout the year outside of the season.
And this is one of the big ones, though. A lot of people come to this because it's just so cool to see the culture on display like that.
Absolutely. We have people who come in, obviously, to see see our fashion show, different people who are modeling things maybe that are upcoming for the rodeo season to get ahead of that trend, but also our local vendors that provide different things that are related to our Latino culture in Houston and across Texas and across the country that are selling these items for you to take home.
And that's what I was going to say, is who all does participate in this?
So the event is open to the public, but it is run by our Go Tejano committee volunteers. We have over 300 volunteers that are staffing and operating this entire event.
Okay, let's talk about the rodeo, because that's a huge ordeal. I mean, you guys start preparing since what, the year before, right?
Yes, we're always working year round, outside of the rodeo season. So on top of our fashion show and dance, we usually host a scholarship gala in the winter, as well as our mariachi invitational, which takes place before Go Tejano Day during the rodeo season. And then we end off our year with our golf tournament, which is usually every May. So we're working year round, again, trying to make sure that we raise funds for those scholarships that we award on behalf of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
When it comes to this specific event happening on Sunday, what's your favorite part?
Our favorite part is just seeing everyone embrace and be having as much fun as they can with our culture, with everything that's involved. Again, this is always for the community, for our students primarily, that we're putting this on. So we just want to make sure everyone has a great time and remembers that the Go Tejano committee is there to serve.
And you know, that's such a big point there, because although it's entertainment and it's great, and the rodeo is also a lot of entertainment and it's fun and all that, it's all for a good cause. You're all raising money for these scholarships and helping so many students.
Absolutely, and I can attest to that because I'm a former scholarship recipient myself.
Oh, wow.
So I know what it means. I know what it means for me as a student and what it meant for my education. And it's so great to be part of this committee now, being outside of college, having received my degree, and seeing those future generations and pay it forward.
This is so full circle.
Absolutely.
Gives me chills. Oh, this is awesome. Well, how can people participate?
Absolutely. They can try to find tickets or go to rodeohouston.com and find out more information either about our events that we're hosting or about the Go Tejano community in general on how they can be volunteers as well.
All right, and we have that information up on the screen right now. On Sunday, begins at 7 p.m. NRG Center, and the Tejano culture is so amazing. I experienced a lot of it. I worked in Corpus Christi, and it was just like it's hard not to like just have fun with it. So you're almost guaranteed a good time.
Definitely. We're going to have the South Texas homies be our entertainment for the evening. But again, we just want everyone to come out, enjoy the time, the entertainment, and support scholarships on behalf of the rodeo.
That's so great. Well, thank you so much for coming in and talking about this.
Thank you, Rashi.
All right, we'll be right back. Well, caring for someone can be exhausting and lonely, something that a Michigan woman knows all too well after her husband was diagnosed with cancer. Instead of choosing pain, she chose purpose, turning to artificial intelligence for support. Fox's Erica Francis explains.
It's a job she never applied for, but is now listed on her resume.
I think I'm still here because of her. I'd probably still be trying to make appointments.
But for the man she's loved for 17 years, this wife, Heather Ruby, would do anything.
How do I keep him alive? Who do I talk to? Who do I need to see? Where do we need to go? I'll go anywhere, you know, just to keep him going. He's my best friend.
Eric Ruby was diagnosed with endocarcinoma of the small intestine in January of 2025. The cancer turned Eric's world upside down and turned Heather into a full-time caregiver.
One of the things that I feel like other caregivers can relate to are like the 2 a.m. moments when you're just filled with panic. Nobody else is awake. You don't want to bother anybody, even if you do have a good support system, you know, and you're just laying there scared, hoping for one more night.
And on one of those nights when life felt the heaviest, she imagined something lighter, an app to help caregivers called Haven AI. The chatbot character and Heather's lifesaver is named Lloyd.
How do I live through the worry that I'm going to lose him sooner than I thought? You know, and Lloyd will be like, sorry, you're next to him, let's breathe through this together. That really saved me some nights when I couldn't make it, or I thought I couldn't make it. And you know, you can't think you can't make it because I'm not the one who's sick.
Haven AI officially launched on April the 16th, offering 24/7 support to caregivers, whether it's questions regarding medications, something quick to make for dinner, even tips on how not to panic.
You can organize your chats here.
The app records doctor's notes and simplifies medical jargon. For Heather, that meant trading in a binder full of paperwork for a plan that fits right in her pocket.
It humanizes those results or the Google searches or the information that you want to get, and helps you feel like somebody cares when they're telling it to you instead of just the generic responses.
An AI helping hand Heather's now offering to others.
Watching everybody care about me or being worried about me is kind of tough. I'm a fighter, I'm emotionally strong, so I'm just like living each day the best I can.
With Heather and Lloyd right by his side. Haven AI is now on the Google Play and Apple App Store. It is important to note here, this doesn't give you medical advice. You should be asking your doctor for that. I also want to note that this can be used for all diagnoses, not just cancer. I'm Erica Francis, Fox 2 News.
All right, well, we are using the camera that you are using right now. We have a lot of people in-house. It's all good. Hey, check out my scarf. I am loving this. It's something that you can get your hands on too. We're talking about the Houston area Parkinson Society. They do such great work for thousands and thousands of people here in the Houston area, and I'm so glad that they are here in-house with us right now. And also Gonzo247, we all know him. And he actually did the art for these scarves. And we also have Kathleen Chris, the executive director of HAPS. And I'm so glad you guys are here today.
Yes, awesome. Thank you for having us.
Yes, no problem. And so I love your scarf. Love my scarf over here too. I just said it's mine. I just
It can be. It can be.
Yes.
It is now.
So tell me about this gala, because there's a gala coming up. But first, I actually did want to ask you what HAPS does, because I recently found out more about them.
So Houston Area Parkinson Society is an independent nonprofit organization. This is our 51st year of service, which is pretty extraordinary because most organizations don't make it that far. But we are incredibly, just loyally local to our community, that we provide education, we provide support, we provide opportunities for people to socialize and come together and share and learn from each other. We do respite care. We kind of fill in all of the gaps that kind of take place after diagnosis and what medication can do but isn't complete. And so our goal really is to create a community where people don't feel like they're alone, where they feel like they have peer support and just the mental health support and the services that they need to navigate life beyond the diagnosis. So our goal really is to make sure that people understand that Parkinson's is going to create challenges, but life doesn't have to be over because of a Parkinson's diagnosis. And there are a lot of really great resources and support and community out there to support them for sometimes decades, post-diagnosis.
And I think one of the great things is that you go out into the community, so you can be in all over the Houston area, and there's things that you all provide.
Right. We're in the 8-county area. Most of our things are out in people's communities, in their neighborhoods. We bring some. Have some kind of centrally located things, but mostly our goal is to bring programs to people versus bringing people to programs, so that it's convenient. Life's already hard enough. There's traffic, there's weather, there's challenges created by the disease itself, and so our goal really is to make sure that people can get to the things that they need easily and comfortably and feel confident about that.
Definitely. And Gonzo, why did you want to get involved with this?
Well, my father-in-law has Parkinson's and his brother had Parkinson's, and so up until that, I didn't know anything about the disease, and then seeing how the family worked with it, it was really inspiring when I was asked to lend a hand and create a piece of art that was translated into an amazing scarf, pocket square. It's being used as a fundraising event, so hopefully we can have something really cool that people can wear.
Yes.
And it speaks about the trials and tribulations and the ups and the positives about dealing with what we got going on, and you can see the example here of the bright colors.
We have it on
there
the
we go.
screen there, where you have the actual painting and what you put together there. And that's so great. And I know I know someone in my family that has it too, and so when you learn about it and then you learn about what HAPS is doing, you just have to be in awe, right? Because there's so many people that are thriving with this diagnosis.
Yeah, like my father-in-law, when you get to a point where you have it and you do the right things and take the right steps and do the exercises, the breathing, I'm learning a lot just by observation. But in the end, the scarf also talks about the positivity of there's hope, there's friends, there's community. Yes. And so all these words were translated in different styles and graffiti fonts and whatnot. But it's really a daily reminder of you're not alone, and there's someone there for you.
That's awesome. And so tell me about the gala, because people can still get tickets to it.
Yes, absolutely. So Sunday, October 19th is our annual gala, and the theme this year is all very much based around the artwork that Gonzo created for us, and it's really about coloring outside the lines, living boldly with Parkinson's. It's an opportunity for us this is our biggest fundraiser of the year, and it's an opportunity for us to continue to bring in funding to provide services. Everything that we do is 100% free of charge. So, I say to people a lot, we understand that this is like being a part of a club nobody wanted to join. And so we don't want there to have to be any burden or obstacles to resources. So fundraising events like this are the perfect opportunity for people to support the organization, to support the work that we do, and allows us to keep doing more of what we're doing, and then not have the burden of cost for anyone who needs any of the things that we offer, whether that's rides to doctor's appointments or people coming into their home to provide care or financial assistance for medication. I mean, it's all free of charge, and people can use whatever it is they'd like to use, in whatever way that's meaningful to them. But our fundraising events are just really great examples of our community coming together to support that work. We're the only organization in the Houston area providing services to people who have Parkinson's disease, and so there's no other alternative. If you have needs that require kind of specialized services and just a community to fill those gaps. So this is a great opportunity. But it's Sunday, October the 19th at the Revere, and it's going to be, every year it's a blast, but I think this year is going to be a very special twist, and it's a sneaker ball. So all those people that are like, I don't want to wear fancy dresses and high heel shoes, you don't have to. It's cocktail attire, but fun, kind of your favorite sneakers or favorite kicks, whatever you want to wear is good. So it's just going to have I think it'll just have a very different kind of cultural feel to it, which will be fun.
I think that's great. Go ahead.
If you can't make it, you can still purchase a scarf or a pocket square.
Yeah, so we've got the scarves and the pocket squares that people can purchase if they want to support the organization or just want. You kind of saw.
Let's do it.
But yeah,
and the unveiling.
unveiling of it.
So it's a little wrinkled, but
it's high end, printed in Italy.
Look at that. Wow.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
And it does, as Gonzo mentioned, it has all these words: community, family, optimism, a lot of the things
great
that,
piece of
that
art.
yeah.
And
that,
it's all
that the
directions,
organization
so no
stands
matter
for.
how you wear it, there's a
Yes.
word that's
Right.
legible.
That's awesome. Well, thank you both so much for being here.
Thank
and we
you.
appreciate you watching Houston Live and Local. But don't go anywhere because we have Caroline Collins coming up for the 3 p.m. hour. We'll see you next time.
Yes, I can hear you, Tony.
Welcome to the 3 o'clock hour of Houston Live and Local. I'm Caroline Collins. I'll be giving you the update today. Welcome to the show. We want to get straight to it. The weather outside feeling hot, warm, beautiful, however you want to spin it, but it was an overall nice day out there.
Yeah, very nice day out there. Very little as far as issues with our weather. We have higher pollen levels out there. That ragweed pollen still pretty high, and we have slightly higher ozone levels. But other than that, hey, we're looking good. So I'm enjoying it.
I love your dress.
Oh, thank you.
What a pretty dress.
Thank you.
I just love it. It's blue
and,
like the sky.
and I love purple too.
Oh yeah, purple's one of my favorites.
Yep.
Yes, yes.
Kind of hard to find a nice purple dress, but when I find one, I get excited.
Same.
Yeah, I love purple. And I love yellow, but when I wear yellow, it always looks orange.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
the green screen?
Yeah, I think it kind of switches the color a little
I like
bit,
yellow too, but sometimes it can wash me out, so I
Right.
have to make sure I got my glow going.
I'm sure you're fine. But yeah, overall, it is just super nice out there. I've got a picture of a bike, or at least a part of a bike, on my graphic here. And it's going to be great weather to get out there and do some biking, hiking, walking, at least in the early morning or the late evening, because during the afternoon, we are still dealing with that pretty intense heat. And it is October. It is officially the fall season, but we just can't seem to get rid of it. So, bottom line, October is here, but no signs of any cooler weather. It looks like the first 2 weeks of October are going to be on the toasty side, with those temps running about 5 to 7 degrees above average. So what do you need to do? Think about all of the stuff we reminded you about during the summertime. Hydrate. Drink water, drink it often, especially if you have to work outside for several hours. Take it easy in the heat. If you're outside, make sure you're taking the breaks. But keep in mind that we do have a chance for at least a few showers on the way. So that may provide a little relief. We also have a few new areas to watch for tropical development. Of course, this time of the year, that is one method of us getting some relief from this heat. If we can get something brewing in the Gulf, that could send some clouds and some heavy rain our way. Right now, though, nothing that is going to be threatening us, at least in the next few days. But you can see all of those showers and storms kind of around central, South Florida, even over into parts of central and southern Louisiana, over towards New Orleans especially. Those downpours could gradually try to develop into something, especially near South Florida. So the National Hurricane Center actually monitoring a potential area for development. Check this out. This is something new as of today. We've got a low 10% chance that we could have a tropical depression or a tropical storm popping up near South Florida. It could develop on the Atlantic side, or it could develop on the Gulf side. So it would likely be near Miami. If it develops, it would track to the northwest, likely wouldn't come this far west, but would likely bring some heavy rain maybe to the Louisiana area, maybe to southern Mississippi and southern Alabama. So we're going to watch it closely. Models aren't really doing much with this right now, but it is something new, and it is something that could impact us. Even if it doesn't get strong, it could definitely bring some downpours our way. All right, temperatures out there, definitely sizzling. 93 degrees. We've got dew points in the low 60s, wind out of the north-northeast around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Overall, if you're farther inland, plan on a lot of heat. Those temperatures have been running about 5 to 7 degrees above the norm, and we're currently sitting at 93 to 94 in the Houston area. I want to show this graphic because this kind of tells the story. This is our percent of normal rain over the last 30 days or so, and we haven't had the amount of rainfall that we normally receive, especially west of Houston and west of Katy. Notice only about 6 to 15% for many of those spots of that normal rainfall. So we have had a little more rain in and around the Houston area, but other parts of Southeast Texas have been extremely dry. So we have kind of dry air in place right now, and we are seeing those drought conditions increasing for our western counties. So the fire danger, the fire risk increasing as well. So this warm and dry weather will keep the risk on the higher side. You want to make sure to avoid any activities that could start a fire, as it can spread quickly. We've had a couple of small fires that have started the last few days. Officials were able to get those out quickly, but you just want to be careful. So remember, if you're going to be outside, don't throw a cigarette on the ground. Don't drive or park on the grass. And of course, if you see a fire, report it to a local official. Here is the updated drought monitor that came out this morning, and we now officially have D1 or Category 1 moderate drought conditions back in the area. It's our western counties, parts of Washington County, Austin, Colorado, Wharton County in that moderate drought. So you can see some of the cities included: Brenham, Columbus, Eagle Lake, and Wharton. So this is where we really could use some of that rainfall, but we're just going to have to keep waiting. We may have a stray shower by tomorrow and through the weekend. Also, air quality alert is our other issue out there. Those ozone levels have been a little bit above the norm. It hasn't been extreme, but we do still have that air quality alert impacting the area. So overall, it's just going to be more of the same, more of that heat. Looking through the first 2 weeks of October, it looks like the rainfall amounts will be near average for this time of the year. But this is what I want to end with. For those of you that are wishing for that stronger fall cold front, you're going to have to keep wishing and hoping, because this is through October 12th, and the model's showing a very high chance that our temps will stay well above the norm.
Ooh, well above the norm. Why am I not surprised? This is Houston that we're talking about.
We're used to this. It only takes a year or two. You know, it may be November or December before it really starts to cool down.
For real. There's always a couple, maybe days, maybe a week where things get a little cool, but right. I mean, that's really it around here.
Yep. I mean, I'd say we get a good 2 weeks where you you really need a coat on.
I think
mean,
that's
we
accurate.
have jacket weather, but 2 weeks of a real winter.
And how
that's
you
it.
define jacket weather is a little bit different for
Right, depending on
Renisha
where you were
and me.
raised,
Yeah.
where you're from, what you're used to.
We're like, if it dips below like 79 degrees, we're putting on a jacket. All right, Renisha,
Yes.
thank you so much for that very toasty update. All right, let's get into some local news here. An allegation of assault made by a parent in the Cy-Fair ISD area and school district. Jonathan Mejia is joining us live on what we know about this. Jonathan, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, very disturbing details, Caroline. I can tell you that I'm outside of Emory Elementary School, which is a part of the Cy-Fair ISD Independent School District. There's allegations that a teacher and 2 male students sexually assaulted a 4-year-old autistic girl. Now, the mother tells us that her daughter came home and one day just told her that she was touched in her private parts. Now, the mom was disturbed by these details and she submitted a complaint to the Cy-Fair ISD Police Department as well as the district and the school to get more information as to what happened that day her daughter was taken to the restroom. She also paid for surveillance footage and she saw the moment her daughter was in the restroom with a teacher, and you can see boys entering that restroom there. Now, this is all still under investigation, but the mother is deeply disturbed. Take a listen for yourself.
I'm lost for words, because people who you put trust within with your children, you can't trust them.
So she definitely feels the trust is broken and she's fighting for her daughter and speaking up because her daughter can't do it for herself. So as I mentioned, the girl is 4 years old, she's autistic and she has a speech delay. We know that she had a forensic exam as well as a forensic interview, and the investigation continues. We have much more of this interview and also how the district is responding coming up. Reporting live here in Katy, Jonathan Mejia, Fox 26 News.
Yeah, Jonathan, definitely concerning when you say take it into the restroom and then males followed this little girl in the restroom. Can you just clarify on that? Is that what happened on the surveillance video?
So in the surveillance video, you'll see boys and girls walking in and out of that restroom, as well as the teacher walking inside. So because the daughter is on an IEP, which stands for Individualized Education Plan, she has to be with the teacher one-on-one, whether that is in the restroom and in the classroom. So you see a teacher walk in with her, but also you see boys walking in, and you also see a teacher walking out. So lot of things that have been shown on that surveillance footage.
Yeah, was the teacher a female teacher or a male teacher?
Female teacher. Teacher. And we asked the district if this teacher, what is the status during this investigation. We have not heard a response from the district at all.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning, especially for a kid to come home and say that something like that happened. So it'll be interesting to follow this investigation. Thanks for your report, Jonathan. All right, meantime, an explosion at a downtown Houston high-rise earlier today injured several people. Our Jillian Hartman is taking a closer look.
Hey everyone, it's Jillian Hartman with Fox 26. We are covering breaking news and just got an update from the Houston Fire Department. At least 6 people were injured after a reported explosion at this high-rise building here behind me in downtown Houston. Here's what we know so far. We just learned that construction workers were working on tankless water heaters when they exploded on the top floor of this new hotel that's under construction. Here's a look at the damage. The initial report was a boiler exploded, but we just learned it was tankless water heaters. Now this happened around 11 a.m. Thursday. You can see significant damage to the corner of the building. Now a man who lives nearby tells me that he heard a loud explosion. It sounded like a bomb went off. Authorities say at least 6 people were rushed to the hospital for burns. I'm told they had burns to their arms and face, and they were all construction workers. Now this building here is a new hotel under construction, a Holiday Inn Express. An initial report was the top floor collapsed, but that was not the case. But there is a lot of damage. An inspector will be on scene to check out the building. Fire officials gave us an update on those injured. Take a listen.
Still working on getting the severity of the injuries. The nature is what we said, so some thermal burns, some cuts and lacerations, things like that. But as far as the extent, we're working to get that information from the hospital system.
Now let me walk you through what we're seeing here on scene. You can see that this area is roped off. They have several fire trucks here. They have Texas Street blocked off, and I'm told it will be blocked off for several hours. So we are staying on top of this story. Make sure to follow Fox Local for the very latest.
All right, well, mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo is speaking live in New York City right now. He's running for mayor there. It's a very contentious race. Let's listen in.
The price of eggs, it was Gaza and younger people.
Mr. Cuomo, you had criticized Mamdani. He didn't comment on the attacks, the Jewish terror attack in Manchester at a synagogue. And then about 15 minutes after, you put out, I want to read it to you because I want to see what you think about it. A holiest day of the Jewish year, an anti-Semitic attack at a synagogue, and Hitler has taken the lives of 2 and gravely injured others. He gives his thoughts, and he says, as mayor, I will do everything in my power to protect Jewish New Yorkers, as I will every faith community. What do you think of a response like that?
That was, what do I think of my response?
No, his response, because you criticized him for not saying something, and then he made a post about it. I just read it to you. What do you think about it?
And I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying.
Right.
What's the bottom line on his post?
He said it was an anti-Semitic attack in a synagogue. He appreciates the calls from the governor to increase state police at synagogues. And he says, as mayor, I will do everything in my power to protect Jewish New Yorkers, as I will every faith community.
Good. Start by condemning the phrase globalized intifada. Start by condemning the phrase globalized intifada. Globalized intifada says kill Jewish people. That's what it means. Now, put that in any other context. Kill Italian people. Kill white people. Kill black people. You're not going to condemn those statements? Who wouldn't condemn those statements? Who would not condemn those statements? Kill Jewish people, globalize the intifada, well, that he won't condemn. You want to protect New Yorkers? Words matter. Words matter. You are fomenting hate. Condemn globalized intifada. Or say, I'm not going to condemn any statement about killing anyone.
Can you talk a little bit about why you proposed
The gifted and talented programs. I would increase the gifted and talented programs, and I would increase the specialized high schools. What they do is, if you have a student who is doing very well, rather than keep them in a class that limits their ability to grow, it puts them in a class that will actually allow them to grow. That's basically what gifted and talented does.
Why do you propose
He would end the gifted and talented programs. I would expand them. Okay, guys. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Dan, you got 6 minutes.
All right, so in case you did not know, it is day 2 of the government shutdown, and this afternoon the Senate adjourned, meaning a stalemate will go on to at least another day. Earlier, Houston Congressman Al Green spoke about the shutdown along with health care. Take a listen.
Let me thank the members of the press for being here on exceedingly short notice. This notice was given to you approximately an hour ago, and you have responded in a very positive way, and we're most appreciative. I also want to thank the many persons who are assembled here with us for appearing on very short notice. This short notice is due to the fact that I was in Washington, D.C. on yesterday, flew into Houston, Texas, and prepared this press conference on very short notice. It was important that I be in Washington yesterday, and it's important that I be in Houston, Texas today, because we have to inform the people here in Houston, especially those who are in the 9th and 18th congressional districts, what the current status of affairs are as they relate to what is a crisis created by Republicans, a Republican crisis/scheme, because it is a scheme. Please allow me to read a prepared statement and then give some additional comments. We are now 2 days into an unjust Republican healthcare shutdown crisis/scheme, which creates a crisis scheme with higher costs and less healthcare coverage for the American people. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream that included justice for all. Donald Trump and Republicans have an unjust crisis scheme to gut Medicaid, decimate the Affordable Care Act, and slash Medicare. Under the Republican unjust crisis scheme, millions will lose health care coverage and millions more will face higher costs. Millions of Americans will lose health care insurance under the unjust Republican crisis scheme. And the Affordable Care Act tax credits will be decimated. There will be more than $1 trillion in cuts to medical care, and this unjust scheme will allow a transfer of more than $1 trillion from the sick and needy to the well-heeled and wealthy. Dr. King reminded us in 1966 that injustice in healthcare is both shocking and inhuman because it often results in death. The profundity of Dr. King's words still ring true 2 days into the Republican unjust healthcare crisis. The Republicans can end this crisis whenever they choose. They have the power to end the unjust crisis scheme that they have created, and at some point, after refusing to negotiate in good faith with Democrats, Trump and Republicans will vote to end the shutdown crisis. Some things bear repeating. At some point, after refusing to negotiate in good faith with Democrats, Trump and Republicans will vote to end their shutdown crisis scheme after having caused much pain and suffering imposed by their dastardly shutdown crisis scheme. Friends, this did not start a few days ago. This started in 2010 when the Obamacare legislation passed and was signed into law. Since that moment, my colleagues across the aisle have been scheming and scamming and trying to find a way to eliminate, eviscerate, decimate, and literally obliterate Obamacare. They have tried unsuccessfully for some 70 times, and for more than 60 times I have voted against their efforts to repeal without a replacement for the Affordable Care Act. This latest crisis that they've created is but a continuation of the crisis that had its genesis in 2010. We cannot allow them to succeed now. We didn't allow them to succeed in 2010. We will not allow them to succeed tomorrow. They can never succeed in taking health care from the American people. They want to do it because this is where the money is. They understand that they can take this $1 trillion or more from health care and transfer it to the very wealthy, as evidenced by some numbers that I will share with you currently. These numbers are very shocking in terms of how they impact people and the healthcare system. Here's an example. We are now going to lose over $4.5 trillion because that's what the big, beautiful tax steal is imposing upon us. $255,000 is the average tax cut in 2027 for the top 0.1%. The top 0.1% will receive $255,000. For edification purposes, that is about $698 per day. Those persons who are making about $50,000 annually or less, they will get $265. That is about 72 cents per day. The well-off, well-heeled, and well-to-do will get $698 a day. The least, the last, the lost, those persons who are trying to find their way.
All right, now we want to take you overseas where 2 people were killed and 3 others were hurt in a synagogue attack in North England. This all comes on one of the holiest days of the Jewish year. Let's learn more from Fox's Greg Palcott.
Multiple people are dead and several others injured after a car and knife attack outside of a UK synagogue. The incident taking place in Manchester during Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar.
This attack has been officially declared as a terrorist incident, and the investigation is now being led by counter-terrorist police.
Local police say they were called to the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue around 9:30 a.m. local time after someone witnessed a car being driven towards pedestrians. At least one person was also stabbed. Minutes later, officers opened fire at a person believed to be the suspect.
It's horrifying. It is horrifying. Unfortunately, in the last year, we've witnessed a whole load of terror and attacks against the Jewish people.
A large number of people were worshiping inside the synagogue at the time, and police say a member of the public prevented the suspect from entering the building.
People should be allowed to go about and practice their faith, knowing they're going to be safe. Unfortunately, Jewish people across the country, Jewish people across the globe, don't feel that way.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, flying home early from a summit of European leaders, says more law enforcement is being deployed to synagogues across the UK.
The attack in Manchester this morning is absolutely shocking, and all of our thoughts are with those affected. We will do everything to keep our Jewish community safe.
Manchester police say that everyone inside the synagogue was evacuated after the area was made safe. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
All right, Houston Live and Local. We'll be right back. All right, that's all the time that we have on Houston Live and Local. Don't go anywhere because I'm going to get over to the other studio. Live at 3:30, join us for Caroline and Rashi. It's always a fun time. We're talking about some trending stories. So I'll see you over there. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good one.
Hi, friends. Welcome to Caroline and Rashi.
Rashi has some amazing jewelry on.
I do. We're talking about my amazing necklace. Check this out. I don't know, Bill, if you can get a close up, but this is what I found. And when I had a long day at work, and my beautiful daughter Liana, 5 years old, we all know her, going on 15. She had this, and so it's a picture of me, and it's a picture of her, and it's a heart, and she wanted it to be a necklace that each one of us wears, and so we put it together. It's like connected. So my sister she calls her best friend. Ruthie calls Liana her best friend, and Liana's kind of like, whatever. So I sent this to her, and she's like, wow, I don't have one. So now
she needs to make a BFF one.
Yes, a BFF one. But so it was just so touching, and it's like these little magical moments that happen in your life, with or without kids.
That's so cute.
Keep you going.
Aw, how thoughtful.
Yes, very thoughtful. There it is. Look at this.
Just one of a kind.
One of a kind pieces. You know, Ryan has done some artwork for me, which I have on my desk as well. But it's that kind of stuff that keeps you going.
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
so sweet.
It is very
How
sweet.
nice of her. I love when
know.
kids do cute, nice things.
Yes, me
it makes
too.
it feel like it's all worth it, right?
It is. It is.
I love
little
that.
magical moments.
Yes, well, there was actually a magical moment that happened Sunday ahead of the Texans game during the pregame. A couple actually got married during the Houston Texans pregame on the field. Toro was there being the best bull. This all happened pregame Sunday, and I know that you were at the game, but I have very limited information on this. The Texans posted all these photos on social media. As you can see, there's nobody in the stands when they were doing this. I mean, they posted a video. It's the whole shebang. They had the officiant, and they had Toro there. They had the rings, the flowers, and they said, "I do," right in NRG Stadium on the field right before the Texans' first win of the season.
I'm surprised more people don't do this.
Yeah.
Because you could meet your significant other at tailgates. We always talk about going to events if you're single and meeting people there. That's another place I would go, is tailgating.
Okay, speaking of, so funny that you mentioned that, because that actually is a really good idea. It would also point out the people, both men and women, who get just a little too rowdy, who you might want to be like, no, I'm going to stay away from them.
Yes, you see the real them.
Yes, you see them in their natural habitat. So, is AI the new matchmaker? That is the big question. I feel like we're reporting on a lot of different variations of AI in dating. Well, a new AI dating app is launching this week in the US. It is called Amada, and instead of swiping, you chat with the AI, which even plans your dates for you, choosing the spot and scheduling the time. It costs $16 to set up a date, and messaging is limited to 2 hours before meeting to encourage in-person connections. The CEO says that this app focuses on serious dating, not ego boosts. Even major platforms like Bumble and Facebook Dating are exploring AI matchmaking.
So I do like how you have to pay to be a part of this.
Yes. I'm so tired. I just did a big yawn.
Sorry. So I do like how you have to pay to do this, and nothing against the free apps.
Yeah.
But whenever you're paying something, you know that the people are probably serious and wanting to date that way. Like if I was, again, I'm not, but if I was to be in the dating world, then I would and do the app thing, which both of us, I mean, the apps, that's one thing, but again, going out,
I always
mixers,
had
all
more
that stuff is
success
better.
in person, or like I said before, like a mutual friend that was like I connected with on Instagram. I've never had any success on dating apps.
But have you even been on dating apps?
Yeah, I was, because that was like, I mean, everybody was on dating apps when I was in college.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
you're like such a good get. I just
Oh
don't
my
even
gosh.
think that you would need to.
It got a little weird, like when my social media started blowing up when I was in California, and I was on some of the apps. I kind of had to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that like that's a bad thing. It's just I
just never had much success. It's a lot of guys that just like to message back and forth, and it's really weird and annoying. But also, okay, so if your AI bot was asking you questions about who you are as a person so that they can facilitate conversations for you, I feel like a lot of people like wouldn't answer the questions quite accurately. Like you're almost going to answer them like how you feel like you should answer them. Like, oh yeah, I like to go out
and drink wine, but like, do you? You know what I mean? Like, just like
Right.
things like that. Like, because you're answering these questions so that the bot can communicate for you, but like, are you answering them accurately?
I know. And then here's the other thing is if you see the picture of, you know, a girl, like they see you and they're like, oh my God, she's gorgeous and she's beautiful. And she likes this and this. I'm just going to say I like that stuff too.
That's so true.
Right?
Yeah.
So I love golf. Oh my God. Might have never even
and
known anything about it.
That's an interesting point that you bring up, because there have been guys that have seen on my previous dating profiles long before I met my fiance that I have like a photo of golf, and they'll tell me that like they enjoy golfing, and then it gets into like, oh, like, you know, how often do you play? What do you shoot? And it's like, they're horrible.
Yes.
And then they find out I'm good, and then it's like, this isn't gonna work. So
Right.
it was much
You
better for me
lied.
to meet somebody on the golf course, because the first time I met Connor, we played golf and he was good.
Yes.
So that immediately spiked my interest, not just somebody who sees I have a golf picture, who then tries to say they like golf, but then can't break 100. Like, that's miserable.
Right. I know what that means too.
Yeah. They're just really bad, or have, oh my gosh, sometimes I'd be scrolling though, and because like guys think it's so cool to have the golf picture, and it would be like this little rinky dink, horribly looking swing, and I'm just like, bro, I kind of
Like,
want to
she knows
swipe
what
on
she's
you
talking about.
just to tell you to take that picture down, because that is the worst looking swing ever. Like, I wouldn't even be able to show my dad that golf swing.
Who is a golf pro.
I mean, like hunched back, like arms bent, like left arm needs to be straight, back needs to, like it. I'm like, why would you even post that? Like, that's how bad of a golfer you are. So you must have no hobbies. You had to choose a hobby that you suck at to put as your dating profile photo. That's how I feel. Put yourself playing chess. If that's your thing, like, I'd rather you like put that.
Just be honest.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. What I did read, I was looking at some articles about dating for the show, and one of the advices that someone gave was take a road trip with the person, because
I have some stories about road trips.
you know, you encounter like awkward situations or things that you guys need to do to get like a long road trip, you know, where you have to go somewhere, because you want to see how they deal with situations and how you would deal with situations with that person.
Being stuck in a car with a psychopathic boyfriend who is having a panic attack and a meltdown and like in a snowstorm is so insane. I have stories. Like, it was so crazy. I was just praying to God that like I made it home safe. It was insane.
Oh my gosh.
Like, it was horrible.
But if there's some type of a struggle that you and this person can deal with together, I think that is huge.
Well, but it's like interesting, because a lot of times, okay, maybe you're early on in a relationship, you might take an initial road trip. It might go great because it's all butterflies and roses. Fast forward like a year later, that same road trip could be completely different.
Keep taking road trips.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, if it's, a lot of people call it love bombing now, where everything's like so perfect and amazing at first, but then it's like a sheer decline where a lot of red flags show up. I mean, that happens, and it doesn't even have to be like love bombing, but guys or women are on their best behavior when they first meet you. And if it starts to decline, that's a huge red flag. Like, how Daniel treats you now, I would hope, is very similar to how he treated you back when you guys were dating. I mean, from what I can see, I think so.
Yes, definitely. And we both struggled. We didn't make a lot. We met at our first TV job and we were making like $8.50 an hour, $9 an hour. And so we struggled in terms of, we weren't able to go out to eat all the time and go to like concerts and all of that. So like our big thing, we worked in Sherman, which is 45 minutes north of Dallas. Our big thing was like going into the city and like eating at a restaurant in the city. Yeah. And his parents.
Wait, what city?
Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We would go into Dallas and like go to the malls there or whatever. But his mom would cook and grandmother would cook all this food and freeze it and bring it for him. And then we would like share and eat that together. I didn't even have I had a communal laundry mat, whatever thing. And he had a laundry machine in his apartment, so he would let me do laundry there. So it was just like building kind of together without knowing about it, because we weren't thinking about all of that.
No, there was one relationship I was in where I was fine. I was like working and doing my thing, and the person I was dating definitely wasn't fine, but I knew that. And so we hung out with my parents all the time. Like, my mom would cook and grill, like they would be like, come eat with us. And so like we would just like go with my parents. And like, of course, I was pretty young. Like my parents would always pay.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know, it was kind of fun.
I mean,
the
that's the way
relationship
to
didn't
say-
work
yeah.
out, but it was fun for, you know, I knew that there were only certain things that we'd be able to do if I didn't like, yeah, mom, dad, we'll come to dinner with you.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like you do it and you see how the other person responds.
Yeah, I was
right?
always like, okay, I can get media passes to this. I can get, you know, a discount on this and blah, blah, blah. And like always looking on. Honestly, that kind of got annoying after a while. So then that relationship failed and here we are.
Well, the other thing I was going to, well, your relationship is thriving now with your fiance.
It wouldn't
which
have
is
gotten
great.
annoying if said person was trying to better their life, but they weren't. I was the only person trying.
That's what I was also going to bring about is the point about where you're at in your career. So if you're super successful and the other person just is not even trying,
right?
That's a problem. Like
absolutely,
not even a red flag. Like this is like do not pass go. Like we are not. This is not going to work because you cannot be carrying your weight and then also having to like motivate this person to try and do better. So if you both can grow together or understand, and Daniel really had to take a leap of faith, I would say, with me because he was already in the business for 2 years and he was great.
Yeah.
And I was not good at all. Like, no. Really.
None of us were though.
Right. But it was not good. But like I was not good. And he had a job offer in Houston. And I mean, I just started in Sherman. So anyway, he was already way ahead. He had awards and stuff. And so, but I think what he saw in me was the courage and the fire to keep going.
Yeah, and I think too, it's so interesting. Like even just in my experience of dating different people and now being with Connor, like when I met Connor, I was just in a completely different phase of my life. And you know, couples, you're supposed to grow together, but sometimes you might, I don't want to say outgrow, but kind of, then the relationship would have to end, but you should always grow together. But like your situations change and like, you know, one person could really end up just like skyrocketing their career and the other person might still be good, but like maybe those dynamics shifted completely because it was opposite before. Like there's all kinds of things like that can happen, but as long as you're growing together, that's good. But if you're not, that's when issues are going to happen.
Yeah, and you also have to take a leap of faith. I think Connor also being successful and having a good attitude about everything. I think both of you.
And he took a huge leap. I mean, he transferred within his company here in Texas, so it's like.
And you said yes to him come. You know, so what I'm saying is you both. And this was fairly earlier on.
Yeah, and
right?
trust me, when you're doing long distance, you start to get used to long distance. And then like the thought of like living in the same city is actually like, whoa.
Right.
It's so weird. It's like a change for the good, but it's also like you get used to, you know, I would go out a lot with one of our reporters here after work, Coco, a lot. Like, and that was like my routine. Like I was hanging out a lot with her. And then when Connor was here on the weekends, I mean, Connor can hang out with anybody, like with girls or whatever, but then I do that and then he wouldn't be here and then I'd go back to hanging out with the girls, you know? And so everything just kind of shifts.
Yes.
I mean, I can still do whatever I want. I can go hang out and like, I live
No,
my
and
own
that's
life.
that's a big
when
thing
someone's
too, yeah.
there, like you want to hang out. Like you want to be with Daniel like when he's home, you know? So
I think it's good to want to continue to just like Daniel and I will try to have date nights every night, you know, and life gets crazy and with kids and all that stuff. But if
I know, you might end up wearing a paper, beautifully handcrafted necklace on TV.
Yep. There we go. And you just
and you
rock
love it. You love
yes,
it. You love it. I love it. All right, we'll be right back. All right, tomorrow, Taylor Swift drops her new album, The Life of a Showgirl, and good news for fans looking to snag one. Target says some stores will stay open until midnight tonight so you can get your copy immediately here in Texas. It also has an exclusive vinyl album and 3 exclusive CDs. The special midnight release is confirmed at Target stores in Webster, Cypress, Katy, and the Woodlands because it's midnight Eastern Standard Time. That makes it 11 p.m. our time. So it is her 12th album. She announced it on August 13th on Travis Kelce's New Heights podcast with his brother Jason. And that is her fiance, obviously, Travis Kelce. It is coming out again at 12 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. our time here in Texas. There are 12 tracks on this album. I am excited for this.
You are a true Swiftie. So is there any like buzz?
Yeah, the buzz is that this is Life of a Showgirl. She wrote it while she was on her Epic Eras tour and produced it. Like, how do you have time to like write and produce and all this stuff like while you're performing so many nights a week at these sold out arenas?
Therapeutic.
Yeah, it is for her, I think, for sure. But it is basically about what she was going through at that time. And Travis Kelce said that there are a lot of bangers on this album. And that's the Taylor Swift I personally like. I like her more upbeat songs, her more fun songs, like her albums that are faster paced.
Yes.
And I think that's what we're going to get with it. So I'm excited to listen to it. I think it'll be a playlist you could maybe put on while you're running.
Yes.
Or a playlist that you would want to put on for like pre-gaming or like a bachelorette party. I think it's going to be that vibe, and so I'm excited. It's only 12 songs. Sometimes she releases like 40 songs on an album, and some of her albums have been so, like, to me, just kind of depressing. So
yeah, and you know, for someone, I mean, I like Taylor Swift. I'm not like a Swiftie, like I don't know all of her songs or anything, but you have to really appreciate the fact that she's gone through hardships and she's been vulnerable and open about it. And now you're rooting for her because she's in a happy spot.
Yes.
And I'm so happy for her and for Travis, and they both seem like a great couple. And I think that the music is going to be really good too because she's in a happy place.
I think so, and an exciting time of this Eras tour, coming off of a heartbreak, but then entering into the most insane period of her career, and then finding Travis, which is like, you know, the boy on the football team, like that kind of a deal. So I'm excited to hear it.
Me too.
I think it's going to be a fun album. I also just want to say, you know, a lot of celebrities who become famous so young, like Taylor Swift did, go down a really bad path. We've seen it, and then a lot of them make a comeback. So kudos to Taylor Swift she's in her mid-30s and she's still super relevant. She's healthy. She hasn't gone down a crazy path. She's close with her parents. Travis and Travis Kelce's like family, like his mom and his brother and all that, they seem like good people, and they seem normal and hardworking. And, you know, to be a football player, especially at his age, you have to be dedicated and healthy. And so I just admire that, and I like that. So it's like, think what you want about Taylor Swift, but she's remained respectable and mostly classy, and you know, she's been an advocate for the music industry, females in the music industry, and artists. And so I admire her in that aspect, as well as just producing music that I grew up with since high school.
Yes, and I wanted to add about Travis Kelce. What I love about his family and what they're open with too is the fact that their parents got divorced, didn't work out, but they're so involved in their lives and they're so supportive of their mom and their dad.
I mean, he does a podcast with his brother.
Yeah.
That is
great.
like, and Taylor Swift is close with her brother and her family, and she has cats, and I love cats. I just think that with all the fame and money these people have, I think they've remained level-headed, hardworking, and I would rather America or the world be a fan of somebody like that than some troubled celebrities that we've seen.
Yes.
You know, I mean, think back to all the most famous people like Michael Jackson, and I mean, Lindsay Lohan went through like a really, really bad time. And
Amanda Bynes,
like
Britney
Spears, you know what I mean? It's just like,
can we do a whole segment on Britney? I mean,
I
don't
know.
even know.
So these are just some
with Britney.
celebrities. Charlie Sheen,
Justin
Bieber. Like, all these people have gone through such a rough time, yet Taylor Swift has remained steady. So I like that about her.
Me too.
You know,
you
say
have
what
to
you
admire
want,
it.
but admire it. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, get this. Elon Musk is making history. According to Forbes, he is the first person with a net worth of $500 billion with a B dollars. This accomplishment comes after Tesla stocks rose nearly 4% on Wednesday. Musk's stakes in Tesla is valued at $191 billion, while SpaceX contributes $168 billion to his net worth. That puts him $150 billion ahead of Oracle CEO founder Larry Ellison, the world's second richest person. Insane.
I wonder, what is that life like?
You know, I think it probably is stressful. I cannot imagine managing a space company where you're literally sending people and millions of dollars worth of equipment to space and the research and all that, and then X, and that's always just causing controversy, formerly Twitter and
Doge.
I mean, I don't know how one handles all that.
He never takes vacation.
I don't believe he does.
I mean, he could clearly just get a private island and start, just going to whatever, Musk Island. But he has all these children, and I think it's just like a whole nother realm of thinking.
I know that there's been studies done, and at a certain point, money does not make you more happy. So you would literally have to be internally happy. So hopefully he is internally happy with running all these companies, facing public scrutiny daily, or just like being in the media all the time.
Right.
I can't imagine. I do know though that he's high intelligence. Like his brain works on a level that I couldn't even picture my brain working on.
Yeah.
I actually read his mother's book.
Oh.
His mom is a fashion model. Yeah, but like, what am I saying? She's like from South Africa, or at least like her family, she was born there and then like raised Elon and all of his brothers and sisters there. And
I think that's like a brother and another brother and another sister, right?
Yes. And then the husband left, and it was a crazy story, very interesting.
They had a rough childhood, like
very rough. She had a very rough marriage, abusive and everything, and she made a successful career for herself, and then her kids. Wait, what did Elon start in? I forget the company, but it's so interesting. But his brain, bottom line, works on a level I could never. But I think about this with like my own family members who are, eye surgeons and doctors. I'm just like, I can't imagine my brain functioning like that.
Yeah, no, it's. I know exactly what you mean. My father-in-law is an engineer, and he does these Mensa puzzles.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
For fun, right?
For fun.
Yeah.
I can't even parts of my brain hurt that I didn't even know existed. Probably because I haven't used that part of my brain before.
So that's how I think about it. I'm just like, I can't even imagine.
No, but good for him, because he's not letting his circumstances dictate his life.
And if you told me like start a company, I wouldn't be anything. I wouldn't start a space company. I wouldn't it's just crazy to me that it's just wild. So anyway, I'm glad that he is really a self-made billionaire. He really is, if you read his story. So I know people say a lot of things, have a lot of opinions. Read his story. It's very interesting.
It's inspiring. And you do not have to be your circumstances. So remember that, friends.
Yes.
Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye friends.
Did you send that?
4 o'clock on the dot. Thank you so much for joining us for Texas Live and Local. I'm Sherman DeSalle, bringing you the latest over the next hour of what's going on, not just across the state, but here in Houston. So we got a few things to get through. First, we're going to get to the weather, though. Ramisha Shea is standing by to give us the latest on the forecast. I tell you what, I'm loving the way that things are starting to shape up a little bit.
Yeah, we're looking pretty good out there. We do have the potential for some changes as we go into early next week, but you know what? We kind of need a change because we're a little hotter than we should be for October, and we also are starting to see more of those drought conditions creeping back into the area, especially just west of Houston. So a little rain wouldn't hurt, and some cooler temps wouldn't hurt either, but overall, temps remain hotter than normal for October. If you are going to be hanging out, maybe relaxing in the hammock, going for a walk, going for a jog, doing some work around the house, it's not going to be the most comfortable out there for the late afternoon and early evening. Humidity still isn't super high, but the temperatures are a little hotter than they should be for October. It is fall after all, so remember to hydrate, take it easy in the heat. We could have a few showers on the way this weekend and early next week, and a reason for that, well, we have a new area to watch in the tropics, and this one is a little closer to home, so we could have some possible tropical excitement or anxiety, depending on how you view it as we go into next week. I'll have more on that in just a minute. Nothing tropical bothering us right now. We've got hot temps out there sizzling in October, 93 degrees, dew points right at 60, so dew points will be increasing over the weekend and next week. Humidity will be increasing, and that will gradually lead to a few rain showers as moisture returns to the area. Right now, temperatures are into the 90s. In fact, well into the 90s for you in Missouri City, Atascocita, 94, 95 degrees for you in Sugar Land. So if you have to work outside, like I said, it's not going to be the most comfortable. These are all the things we talk about a lot during the summer, but in October, you start thinking, hey, I'm going to get a break from this, but not yet. So make sure you're drinking plenty of water, drink it often, take those breaks in the shade if you have to work outside. And if you don't have to be out there, you can stay in and enjoy as much AC as you want. As far as rain, we don't have a drop out there right now, but we need some rainfall. In fact, we're looking at our percent of normal rain for the past 30 days, and we're not looking that good. In fact, just west of Houston, from Navasota to Brenham, Columbus, down to Wharton, only about 5 to almost 20% of your normal rain for the last month. So that is way below normal. So we definitely could use rain. We've got drought conditions increasing, and we have the fire risk or fire danger increasing for the area as well. So warm and dry weather increases that fire risk. So of course you don't want to do anything outside that could increase the chance of a fire starting. And of course, if you see one, try to report that to a local official and just be careful out there. Just be vigilant because it is super dry. All right, drought conditions are certainly increasing out there. Checking out our drought monitor, we are now included in that abnormally dry weather for Houston, Atascocita, really all of Harris County, but west of Harris County. That's where we have the official drought returning to the area. So it's the D1, the moderate drought, now in about 4 of our western counties, including parts of Washington County, Austin, Colorado County, Wharton County. So definitely dry. We need some rain, and we could potentially have a little action heading our way. Here's a close look at some of those cities now officially in moderate drought, from Brenham down to Columbus down to Eagle Lake. So we do have very dry air in place, but you will notice these relative humidity values increasing as we slide into the weekend. We do have the potential for a few rain showers out there, and that will likely happen starting tomorrow all the way through early next week. So if you're hanging out in Galveston this evening, it is going to be a nice out there if you can handle the heat. Temps in the middle 80s around 6, 81 by 8, and 80 degrees by 10. I'll have much more on what's happening with that new potential system in the tropics. This one is a little closer to home. I'll let you know if it could possibly head our way if it develops later in the show.
All right, Ramisha, thank you so much for that. Now we go to a developing story in downtown Houston. If you hadn't seen already, a high-rise fire explosion hurt a few people earlier today. Let's go live to Jillian Hartman. She's been on the scene. Jillian, what can you tell us so far? How are things looking out there right now?
Well, we learned that 6 people were hurt after an explosion happened inside this high-rise building behind me in downtown Houston, and the explosion was so loud. A man tells me that it sounded like a bomb went off. A woman tells me that it sounded like an earthquake. If we pan up for you, we can show you the damage to the building here. So the explosion happened at the top floor of this new hotel that's under construction, and here's what we learned. Take a look at this. So fire officials shared these photos of the damage inside. The Houston Fire Department said construction workers were working on tankless water heaters that exploded inside a mechanical room, and this happened around 11 a.m. Thursday. Now, on the outside, you can see again significant damage to the corner of the building, and this is a new Holiday Inn Express that's under construction. An initial report was a top floor collapse, but that was not the case. But there is a lot of damage. Authorities say 6 construction workers were rushed to the hospital with burns. I'm told all those people are either have burns to their face or their arms, and we did talk to fire officials about their condition. Take a listen.
We're still working on getting the severity of the injuries. The nature is what we said, so some thermal burns, some cuts and lacerations, things like that. But as far as the extent, we're working to get that information from the hospital system, and we should have that later today.
Now, right now, the explosion is under investigation, and I am told that officials are inspecting the building and assessing the integrity of it, making sure that it's safe going forward. And in the meantime, Texas Street behind me is blocked off. I'm told it will be blocked off for several hours as they continue this investigation. Back to you.
Hey, Jillian, I'm just curious, after something happens involving construction workers of any kind or of a building, there's an injury, we start to see some other entities come around like OSHA, people like that. Have you seen any of that type of activity happening today?
So I've seen the fire department, also police and public works on scene, again, inspecting the building, investigating this, but that is all I've seen on scene so far, officials-wise.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you so much for giving us the information. We appreciate it. Thanks, Julie. Okay, so let's go to politics now. Second day of the government shutdown in Washington. Neither side of this political aisle seems to want to budge. Let's hear from Republican leadership. They spoke a little earlier today.
Well, welcome everybody to day 2 of the Democrat shutdown. Let's make absolutely clear what's happening here. Real pain is being inflicted upon the American people because 44 Democrats in the Senate have voted for the 3rd time to reject the completely nonpartisan, completely clean, very simple 24-page continuing resolution that we passed in the House here 2 weeks ago. Now, why did we do that? For a refresher for everyone. We have been working very hard, this leadership team, to get Congress working again. Congress has not done the appropriations process appropriately for many years now. And so we have forced the muscle memory back. Our appropriators have done a great job in bipartisan fashion, by the way. And they've worked very hard and passed 12 separate appropriations bills through the committee as is supposed to be done. We passed 3 of those off the House floor. The Senate did its work. For the first time in years, the Senate passed 3 appropriations bills off the floor. Those bills don't match up exactly. So the way the system works, everybody remembers from civics, is that when the 2 chambers have bills that don't align perfectly, you put together a conference committee. That's been done. All of that work's been done very deliberately, very carefully, and as good stewards of taxpayer resources. The problem is we ran out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. So we did the logical, simple, good faith thing. Instead of loading up a continuing resolution to keep the lights on, to keep the government open so this process can continue, instead of loading it up with poison pills or gimmicks or tricks, we sent over a very simple continuing resolution that every single Democrat in the Senate has voted for in the past, just to keep the government open for the people, so that we could get to November 21st, 7 weeks, to allow more time for this process to play out. That is what happened. Now, the Democrats did something they've never done before. Chuck Schumer has led them all to vote against it. Everybody's been discussing this for the last few days. Why in the world would Chuck Schumer do a 180-degree turn? Because he said passionately, as recently as March of this year, on the same instrument, the same CR, that it would be reckless and irresponsible and dangerous to close down the federal government. Why did Chuck Schumer change his tune? Everybody knows that now. He's trying to avoid a challenge from his left flank in his next Senate reelection campaign. And he wants to avoid the scrutiny that he received for doing the right thing back in March, because the far left and the base really went crazy on poor Chuck Schumer. And so he changed his tune. And now they're trying to pretend it's about something completely different. They have made a decision that they would rather give taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens than to keep the doors open for the American people, to keep vital services, veteran services, healthcare and nutrition for women, infants, and children. They would rather not pay the troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol agents. They would rather stop services of FEMA in the middle of a hurricane season than to do the right thing for partisan political purposes. It is selfish, it is reprehensible, and it is exactly the opposite of what they have all said themselves in their own words very passionately every day until now. We've been playing the greatest hits loop here on a video right outside the Speaker's office for days. You've all seen it. Make them answer for that. Don't ask the Republicans what we should be doing or what we should be negotiating. I don't have anything to negotiate. I sent them in good faith exactly what they had voted for before. We did not put any Republican provisions in that, and we tried to make this very simple, in good faith, so the appropriations process of the people can continue. Now, there's been a lot of talk about, they say that we're making this up, this illegal aliens receiving taxpayer benefits. It's a talking point, they said. I want to remind you of a couple of key facts. Everybody can remember, I think, back to 2020. In the presidential debate for all the candidates on the Democrat side, you might remember famously they were asked the question, raise your hand, they said on the stage, if you believe that illegal aliens should receive health care paid for by American taxpayers. Every single one of them raised their hand, to great applause in the audience from the Democrats who were there. Those hands included Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, what did they do? Did they follow through on that promise? Yeah, they absolutely did. Joe Biden used executive orders, and he expanded benefits, health care, to illegal aliens in his 4-year term. That was an outrageous violation of the existing federal law and of the principles of good stewardship. Those resources are not meant for people who break the law and come into our country. They're meant for U.S. citizens. And so they watered down these health programs. It was terribly dangerous. So we got the majority. President Trump has returned to the Oval Office with a mandate of 75 million Americans, this big popular vote win. The House Republicans received our largest popular vote total in the history of this institution. Republicans went immediately to work. And we passed the one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. And we fulfilled all the promises that we made. One of the key promises that we made, because you all know that the open border was probably the #1 issue in the election cycle, was that we would end that madness. We would cut off resources, hard-earned taxpayer dollars by American citizens not going to reward people for breaking our law and coming over the border. And we did that. The one big beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, included a huge provision. A big chunk of that bill was the health provisions. Now, why are we saying that they want to return and restore taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens? Because that's exactly what they did. When they rejected the clean CR that we sent over, the Senate Democrats, Chuck Schumer, filed a counter-proposal.
All right, that was Mike Johnson with the GOP giving their spiel on the reason for the government shutdown. But we also heard from Houston U.S. Congressman Al Green. He spoke to the media today. He talked about the Democrat side on this with the health care and the government shutdown. Let's hear from him.
Let me thank the members of the press for being here on exceedingly short notice. This notice was given to you approximately an hour ago, and you have responded in a very positive way, and we're most appreciative. I also want to thank the many persons who are assembled here with us for appearing on very short notice. This short notice is due to the fact that I was in Washington, D.C. on yesterday, flew into Houston, Texas, and prepared this press conference on very short notice. It was important that I be in Washington yesterday, and it's important that I be in Houston, Texas today, because we have to inform the people here in Houston, especially those who are in the 9th and 18th congressional districts, what the current status of affairs are as they relate to what is a crisis created by Republicans, a Republican crisis/scheme, because it is a scheme. Please allow me to read a prepared statement and then give some additional comments. We are now 2 days into an unjust Republican healthcare shutdown crisis/scheme, which creates a crisis scheme with higher costs and less healthcare coverage for the American people. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream that included justice for all. Donald Trump and Republicans have an unjust crisis scheme to gut Medicaid, decimate the Affordable Care Act, and slash Medicare. Under the Republican unjust crisis scheme, millions will lose health care coverage and millions more will face higher costs. Millions of Americans will lose health care insurance under the unjust Republican crisis scheme. And the Affordable Care Act tax credits will be decimated. There will be more than $1 trillion in cuts to medical care, and this unjust scheme will allow a transfer of more than $1 trillion from the sick and needy to the well-heeled and wealthy. Dr. King reminded us in 1966 that injustice in healthcare is both shocking and inhuman because it often results in death. The profundity of Dr. King's words still ring true 2 days into the Republican unjust healthcare crisis. The Republicans can end this crisis whenever they choose. They have the power to end the unjust crisis scheme that they have created, and at some point, after refusing to negotiate in good faith with Democrats, Trump and Republicans will vote to end the shutdown crisis. Some things bear repeating. At some point, after refusing to negotiate in good faith with Democrats, Trump and Republicans will vote to end their shutdown crisis scheme after having caused much pain and suffering imposed by their dastardly shutdown crisis scheme. Friends, this did not start a few days ago. This started in 2010 when the Obamacare legislation passed and was signed into law. Since that moment, my colleagues across the aisle have been scheming and scamming and trying to find a way to eliminate, eviscerate, decimate, and literally obliterate Obamacare. They have tried unsuccessfully for some 70 times, and for more than 60 times I have voted against their efforts to repeal without a replacement for the Affordable Care Act. This latest crisis that they created is but a continuation of the crisis that had its genesis in 2010. We cannot allow them to succeed now. We didn't allow them to succeed in 2010. We will not allow them to succeed tomorrow. They can never succeed in taking health care from the American people. They want to do it because this is where the money is. They understand that they can take this $1 trillion or more from health care and transfer it to the very wealthy, as evidenced by some numbers that I will share with you currently.
All right, so that was U.S. Congressman Al Green giving his take on the reason for this government shutdown. There is a lot of finger pointing from both sides of the aisle. Meanwhile, the government is still closed. Okay, so let's go to Domestic Violence Awareness Month, which is the month of October. Some leaders in Harris County, they have been partnering up to raise awareness, but to also combat the issue. So there was a seminar held today highlighting prevention. Let's take a listen.
Also domestic violence assistance funds, which has been a vital fund, flexible fund that has been now available to be able to help survivors who are in situations that are in need of services and safety, ways to be able to tailor those services for those individuals. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. My honor. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm going to move over to